Thank you. Welcome to the fourth hearing of the Committee's inquiry into data centres. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to Elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. And I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today or watching us online. My name is Abigail Boyd and I am chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So I now welcome our first panel of witnesses. Welcome. Thank you very much for making the time to give evidence. Could I ask each of you, starting on my left, to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation?
Good morning. My name is Annie Pearson. I am the Chief Customer and Corporate Affairs Officer at Essential Energy, and I'll make an oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning. Is this on?
Yes.
Yes. So Colin Christofoli, I'm the General Manager of Future Grid and Asset Management at Endeavour Energy. I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Hi, I'm Fatima Bazzi, Group Executive Customer at Ausgrid. I'll be giving an oath today. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And would you like to commence with a short opening statement?
Sure. Okay. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of Ausgrid. My name is Fatima Bazzi and I am the Group Executive Customer, and I'm pleased to be here today with my fellow New South Wales distribution networks Endeavour Energy and Essential Energy. Together, we own and operate the electricity distribution networks for New South Wales, powering the lives of around 7 million people. Ausgrid serves the Sydney CBD, the Central Coast and the Hunter regions, keeping the lights on for over 4 million people across more than 22,000 square kilometres. We address the committee together today with a shared interest in ensuring data centre customer growth is planned for, managed and located to maximise the benefits and mitigate risks to our networks and the customers they serve. Distribution networks are at the heart of the energy transition, delivering infrastructure needed for a cleaner, more reliable and affordable energy system. The grid is a shared asset and the cost of the transitions are shared. We are delivering initiatives such as community batteries, curbside EV charging and renewable energy zones to ensure everyone, regardless of their circumstances, also share the benefits of the transition. The rapid growth of data centre customers presents one of the most significant challenges and opportunities facing our network in a generation. Today, they account for approximately 4% of operational load in New South Wales. By 2040, we predict that to rise to between 17 and 30%. That kind of growth in that timeframe is unlike anything we have ever seen. We welcome this inquiry's efforts to ensure data centre customer growth does not come at the expense of affordable and reliable electricity or other priorities. We hear the real concerns about energy bills and power reliability, and we take that very seriously. But done well, connecting more data centre customers can deliver very meaningful benefits. Increased demand improves network utilisation. This lowers the share each customer pays and reduces bills for everyone. This is a genuine opportunity to ease cost pressures on households and small businesses. I draw the committee's attention to 3 key themes from our joint submission, which shows how distribution networks are already working to realise these benefits and where more support is needed. First, in New South Wales, the customer who caused network costs pay for them. You will hear this be referred to as causer pays. We use a range of mechanisms to apply this principle. By design, existing customers are protected from cross-subsidisation. Ausgrid is proactively exploring how to leverage existing funding mechanisms to provide even stronger protections for our existing customer base. Second, parts of New South Wales distribution system already have capacity to connect new large loads with low lead time and risk. For example, the Hunter Central Coast Renewable Energy Zone is underway. These regions are well placed to host data centre load close to new generation. We encourage the inquiry to consider a proactive strategy that identifies precincts where connections should be encouraged. Third, the rules we operate under were written for a different era. The 5-year regulatory cycle was not designed for this pace of change. Networks must be able to respond with greater flexibility and make strategic anticipatory investments to meet growth at lower costs. We urge the inquiry to consider reforms that support this. I'll now hand over to Colin from Endeavour Energy, who will talk through what this looks like on the ground in Western Sydney.
Thank you, Fatima, and thank you, Chair and Committee, for the opportunity to speak today. Endeavour Energy services the Illawarra, Southern Highlands, Blue Mountains and Greater Western Sydney. Western Sydney is Australia's fastest growing region and home to Australia's first new sustainable city in 100 years, a new international airport and more than $50 billion in committed infrastructure. We also acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land of which this growth is occurring, including the Darug, Dharawal and Gundagara peoples, and recognise their continuing connection to country as Western Sydney continues to evolve and expand. Western Sydney has emerged as one of the fastest growing locations for hyperscale data centres. We already supply about 20 data centres across our network, representing around 900 megawatts of installed capacity. If fully utilised, that is the typical demand we see on a network basis daily for 1.2 million homes. We are also progressing a significant pipeline of additional projects. Of the 15 projects fast-tracked through the New South Wales Investment Delivery Authority, 11 are within our network. Importantly, in New South Wales, electricity networks revenues are capped and regulated by the Australian Energy Regulator. When large new loads connect efficiently to the system, fixed network costs are spread across more units of electricity demand, which can place downward pressure on electricity bills for existing customers. But those benefits depend on coordinated planning. Poorer located connections can drive inefficient network augmentation, crowd out future capacity, or reduce broader system value. Our operational experience also highlights why more flexible connection frameworks are becoming increasingly important. In practice, data centre utilisation often ramps progressively over time rather than immediately reaching contracted capacity, which is broadly consistent with how hyperscale facilities are commissioned globally. What we are seeing, however, is newer AI applications appear to be accelerating that ramp-up rate. However, we're only just beginning to see those sort of requests emerge locally. It reinforces for us the need for frameworks that balance timely access to capacity with efficient utilisation of shared infrastructure while minimising the risks of cross-subsidisation, inefficient utilisation of allocated capacity and the risk of stranded assets. That is why networks such as Endeavour Energy are developing anticipatory concepts such as the Western Sydney Energy Hub. The hub aims to cluster data centre connections within a precinct supported by shared enabling infrastructure rather than potentially duplicating assets customer by customer. We are working with other utilities and industry to build on investment already underway, including the jointly funded bulk supply point and network works surrounding Kemps Creek. Importantly, these precinct-based models are not just about connecting large loads, they are also about creating opportunities to better integrate storage, renewable generation, and flexible demand within shared precincts, improving infrastructure utilisation and enabling more coordinated long-term investment across the system. We are increasingly incorporating these types of scenarios into our long-term distribution system planning, pushing networks to think beyond traditional project-by-project or customer-by-customer approaches and toward more adaptive and flexible operating and planning models. We believe this is the kind of strategic precinct-based approach that should sit at the centre of New South Wales' response to data centre growth. I'll now hand over to Annie Pearson from Essential Energy, who will speak to the opportunities in regional New South Wales.
Thank you, Colin, and thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to appear here today. Essential Energy is a state-owned corporation and is the regional distribution network service provider for New South Wales. We manage more than 183,000 kilometres of power lines, covering 95% of the state, serving around 900,000 connections across rural, regional and remote communities. Regional New South Wales and regional networks can play a bigger role in the state's future data centre strategy. Well-planned regional data centres can deliver customer, system and economic benefits. Essential Energy's experience with data centres is somewhat different from Endeavour and Ausgrid's. Data centre development in our network area remains comparatively modest. We are not currently experiencing the same concentration of data centre connection pressure. Policy responses, therefore, should reflect this and should not unintentionally raise barriers for efficient regional development. Importantly, more load or customer connections on the network help to lower the cost to serve and therefore can help to put downward pressure on network charges for our customers. Where resources and community support exist, regional data centres could ease pressure on constrained parts of the electricity system, make better use of existing assets, support co-location with new forms of generation and storage, and provide economic opportunities. But not every regional location will be suitable. Data centre development depends on more than network capacity alone. It also depends on other utilities such as fibre, water, as well as land use and local community support. Those factors need to be considered together and considered early before sites are locked in and avoidable network or planning constraints emerge. Government can improve regional investment readiness, and Essential Energy is ready to help identify locations where data centre demand could be efficiently integrated with available network capacity, renewable generation and other requirements. We can do this by sharing network insights, hosting capacity information and connection expertise. And we look forward to assisting the committee and the New South Wales Government so that data centre growth is efficient, fair and aligned with the interests of all New South Wales energy consumers and regional communities. Thank you, and we would be very pleased to take any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your very comprehensive submission and for your opening statements. And I already have 100 questions, but what I will do is I will start with a few and then I will pass over to my colleagues. Just starting with that figure of between 17 to 30%. So as I understand it, at the moment, data centres account for about 4% of total operational load in New South Wales, and the projection is that by 2040, data centres will account for between 17 to 30%. Can you tell us what that means in terms of sort of actual energy demand levels? Like how much energy is that exactly?
I think to take it first. So one of the charts that does sit within our submission does talk to that growing to the area of about 20 terawatt hours, I believe is the figure. For context, that is about the consumption that sits on Endeavour Energy's entire network today for that scale. So that's largely, obviously, a residential customer base as well as a manufacturing and industry base. But to put that into context, those sorts of figures would be the equivalent of adding, for instance, an Endeavour Energy back onto the grid, or about 10% of the national sort of figures. Okay.
We were told in our hearing last week that data centres sometimes make, or usually make, multiple connection requests. And so they'll ask to connect at a distribution level, but then also directly at a transmission level. And that really, I think my understanding is that they only will end up needing one of those. Is there a world where they could take up both connection availabilities in case, like, is there anything in terms of, again, forgive my ignorance, but is there a case where that one might go down, so I need this one, so they'd have both?
So what's happened is because energy is a critical component for these data centres to get their DA approved, to get the customer commitment, what tends to happen is they do multiple applications across the eastern seaboard, and then from there they see which one gets approved, and then they will withdraw the other application.
Right.
Sometimes they are looking for multiple connection points because, for example, they might want 500 megawatts, and so therefore Ausgrid might be able to give them 200, Transgrid might be able to give them another 200, and Endeavour might be able to give them 100. There is definitely duplication in the system. That is absolutely why there is that 17 to 30% figure, because we recognise that that is definitely an area of opportunity. Endeavour, Essential and Transgrid are currently working together to look at our pipelines to understand where the duplication currently sits, so we can really clearly see what the true demand is. It's the area that we really need to work on around forecasting and making sure that our forecasting methodology is consistent, and that methodology then is fed into the AEMO forecast so we understand what the true demand is. Just noting it's a really dynamic environment, it's very fast-paced, so what I say today might be very different in 6 months based on demand requirements and just how much is coming onto the Australian seaboard.
Okay, and is there and again, I do wish that I'd just go off and do some sort of training in how to be a Sparky. But when we're looking at, yes, when we're talking about projecting demand, is there also an element of, or maybe this is wishful thinking, that they'll become more energy efficient? So, a data centre today at the same size in 10 years, maybe that one in 10 years is going to not require as much energy because they've improved their efficiency. Is that also part of that sort of range that you're thinking about, or?
That's probably a question best placed for the data centres, but we have seen over the last few years the technology continues to change. A personal theory of mine is because there's so much demand, the technology will catch up, but it'll probably just catch up enough to capture the demand that's needed. But it's a very dynamic environment. The technology around the chips is really where that energy usage is coming from, so the chips inside the data centre.
Yeah.
And that technology is changing year on year. So absolutely, I think your theory is correct. How it eventuates, the timing of that is yet to be seen.
It's important to note that data centres, in many respects, they are like any other consumer. And as their energy costs, they're constantly thinking about whether they need to become more efficient as their energy costs increase. So, yes, they're large and they're new, but they are large consumers of energy, and any large consumer where energy is a huge input into their cost base, they will do what they can to become more efficient, and in that respect they're probably no different from any other consumer.
Is there any benefit, I guess, in regulations saying that you shouldn't have multiple connections, that you shouldn't, if that's causing a concern in terms of being able to model accurately, is there any case to say, well, actually, can you just pick one?
Can I just take it generally first, and then there's modelling, and then there's the reality that we experience as networks. And I think we always have to take into account both. Modelling is one input, but the reality on the ground is another, and that should inform our decision making as well. And what we see, and it is the same for generation as well as large load like data centres, they will often make multiple connections. For example, on our network, we probably have in excess of 21 gigawatts of renewable generation seeking to connect. Maybe 10% of them will end up connecting. And we know this, and it's not, it causes us some problems, as Fatima has highlighted, but at the end of the day, the most organised, the most developed projects get up. And so in a sense, the idea of some proponents blocking others, practically that does tend to sort itself out. Maybe it certainly could be more efficient, but it does tend to solve, that problem does tend to address itself.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, you can.
I might add, I think we have found, like data centre applicants will look for multiple sites as well, because they require multiple sites. So in many situations they have, from what I understand, availability zones. So looking at locating multiple data centres within, for instance, Sydney, to be able to provide that redundancy to their customers. And so there's an element within there of it's part of their business model that they do that. But I think there is a reality that they do look for multiple connections to try and see which one is maybe most cost effective, which one is faster, because there are, depending on the location within that network, there are like local situations that do drive that. I think that's why we've probably tried to highlight the how do we get on the front foot with this? How do we maybe identify those sites more at a precinct level to be able to encourage the connections within defined precincts rather than kind of just sort of a scattering across Sydney.
Can I just ask a question based on that, if that's possible? Just in terms of those precincts, so do you do some form of mapping as to availability and where are the areas where you have opportunities to be able to accelerate data centre development at the moment?
So we do at the moment. So we at the moment we do publish sort of on an annual basis hosting capacity across our network. I think where we are looking at accelerating that is we've done that on the basis of where is their existing capacity. I think the more we've started to look at this, particularly with data centres, is looking at, well, what is the next least cost increment in the network? And so it is starting to look at different ways in which we're not necessarily just publishing hosting capacity, for instance, but actually what is the next least cost component of that hosting capacity as well.
I might just add to that.
Ms. Bazzi?
One of our recommendations is coordinated hubs or precincts. And the reason we want that is because at the moment, the national electricity rules are stated in a way where any customer comes through any of our connections processes, and we have to proceed with that application and assess it. So therefore, they might pick a location that is already tapped out from a hosting capacity perspective, but we still have to go through that process. So therefore, that's why our pipelines look so big, because a lot of that pipeline is sitting in assessment phase to go, can this customer reasonably connect or not? If we were moving into a space where New South Wales decided we're going to have these 6 hubs across New South Wales, that's where there's available capacity, fibre, water, then it really clears out a lot of the noise and that opportunity for these customers to go, well, actually I want to be located in X location where we know that that location isn't the right spot for those customers. So at the moment, the customers have the right to do that. We have an obligation to address that, and we do so.
But you're wasting everyone's time and money effectively in this process.
Potentially. It also allows us then to forward look what asset upgrades are required in the future, because if we know, for example, that there are 6 key hubs in New South Wales, then we can foresee that 5, 10, 15-year requirement around data centre need, EV charging, housing, and all of those other factors that we consider in our planning process to then be able to go, well, this is the upgrade, and actually plan for that, versus at the moment we have to react according to what's in the pipeline.
Thank you, Ms. Bazzi. And just to take this one further, and then I'll hand it back to the Chair, apologies. While you have that electricity mapping, to your point, Ms. Bazzi, I guess what we've learned in this inquiry is there's a combination of electricity and water. Do you have any interaction with Sydney Water or local water authorities when it comes to essential energy as to where that water availability might be?
So, as part of our process, we've put in milestones as customers progress through the pipeline. We ask for things like, have you purchased the land? Do you have a DA approved? Do you have, has Sydney Water ticked off that you can actually access the water, and so on and so forth? That is a process that we've put in place, and that has allowed us to remove a lot of people out of our queue. Do we work with Sydney Water? Yes, but it's outside of our jurisdiction to really kind of go, can we approve or not approve a customer based on water requirements? We do work with them. Colin does have some work underway in the Endeavour space that he might want to talk to around the hub.
Yeah. So I think so while there hasn't needed to be an obligation for a long time around integration of, for instance, energy and water. I think we're finding increasingly, yes, there are, sort of call it, where's the congruence of the maps in which there is capacity, or call it that next marginal improvement area. So we work very closely with Sydney Water on that. But I would say it is early days, because I think we're still learning essentially the long-term planning between the two parties and how it is we're going to tackle the challenge and opportunity that sits around data centres. But it hasn't been a process in which we've had continual joint planning. So it is done more at a sort of project level rather than a system-wide level.
Thank you.
We haven't done it with water utilities in regional New South Wales because we haven't had the same level of interest. However, we have coordinated with many local councils when it comes to identifying appropriate locations, say, for EV charging infrastructure. And we have also undertaken a fairly extensive market sounding exercise identifying areas across our network where large battery storage can connect. So we have the process is there's precedent for working with other agencies there that we've just chosen to do that, but we could certainly do it in the context of data centres and local water authorities.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson.
Mr. Buttigieg?
I was just to follow up to the Chair's questioning on load. You know how you said, is it 5% and then projected to be 30 by 20, what was it?
24%.
Yeah.
Between 17
So,
and 30%.
so is that presumably this is a fairly immature market in terms of your ability to predict a stable growth because you're still kind of learning the patterns. How certain are we that given that multiplicity of applications and everything, is it too early to predict a stable percentage of uptake, or is he starting to get a handle on it? Like, how accurate is that projection is my answer, I guess. My question, sorry.
It's a great question, I think, and that's one we've been tackling as an industry for some time. We spent a fair bit of time in the development, and we give reference to it in the distribution system plan across the 3 New South Wales networks to try and put some more evidence to that. I think we have found very similar sort of examples based on international experience as to what hyperscaler data centre and cloud compute looks like. And so we do see as they come on, they do start to consume, and then they take time as they progressively increase their demand as they fill out presumably their sort of data halls for that. And so a lot of the forecasting and data that is within here is based on what we believe is actually quite a conservative forecast of what that demand is. I think the part we're most challenged with at the moment, if we're being very honest, is the sort of the artificial intelligence and large language model sort of demand. We haven't seen that significantly within our jurisdiction at this point, but I think that's where we're seeing probably the requests for that consumption coming in much faster and with a much faster rate of rise, and that's probably the area I think we're uncertain about. But I think what we've placed, particularly within our forecasts, have been quite conservative based on what we're seeing in the pipeline, and also where we're seeing the data centres invest pretty heavy capital into the enabling infrastructure, so the connection infrastructure, the data centre itself. So it's real. I think it's just how fast and how far does it go.
So it's likely to be much bigger than that.
It's potentially much bigger.
And does it factor in the increasing sort of the point we made before about the technology getting better and better and requiring less cooling and all that sort of thing, or is that kind of like too nebulous to get a handle on?
I mean, we've tested that, particularly within the connection requests that come in. Like, so what is the ultimate forecast, and how do you potentially predict technology improvements in that time? I think it's safe to say that I don't think we have a sound assumption sitting behind that, and nor have we found probably necessarily a sound assumption that's consistent across data centre applicants as well. So I think it's probably acknowledging I think this is an uncertain area for everyone.
It's uncertain because we have an electrification process also occurring on our networks as well as consumers gradually go off, say, gas and other forms and other fuels onto electricity. So it's not happening in isolation. So it's happening with growth, more growth generally.
Just on that, your submission notes a significant disparity between the AEMO ISP projections and your own. Could you just talk us through how that disparity is? Can you explain that disparity, and how should we be thinking about that? I mean, we obviously often refer to AEMO, and it would be helpful to understand that.
I can explain it in practical terms based on current pipelines so you can get a feel for how we determine these numbers.
Thank you.
So currently Ausgrid's pipeline for data centres is 7.5 gigawatts. Of that 7.5, we have 5.2 in planning assessment. So those connections haven't been approved. So they're all of the ones that are sitting in the pipeline that we're assessing to say, can we reasonably connect these customers? Will these customers have the evidence through the life cycle of this project to be able to continue to proceed? Our forecast to AEMO is approximately 2.2 gigawatts. So although the numbers feel big, when you break down the numbers, a lot of it sits in that front end of that application process. We recognise that the forecasting process needs to be more consistent across our organisations, and we're working through that process. AEMO's figures would probably be our conservative number that we say, yep, we definitely think this is what's going to happen. What happens in the next 18 months will really be telling to determine whether that number is going to be bigger than what we've put forward, would be kind of a broad statement.
So in terms of, I note that one of your recommendations is to have a more consistent modelling methodology. Where do you think that responsibility lies in terms of determining what that methodology looks like?
Happy to take it first. And I think I'll acknowledge, I think AEMO's forecast and plan is built on a very robust engagement process, very robust econometric modelling. I think they openly acknowledge the challenge in forecasting data centres. And if you take the forecast they had 2 years ago to the forecast that's currently here, obviously there's already a significant change within that. I'd expect in the next cycle that again more information will come to light, and that forecast again will be updated to reflect the reality. I think as 3 New South Wales distribution networks, we've been more actively working with AEMO on the forecasting, and probably to speak to what has probably been the more traditional approach has been AEMO has traditionally relied upon its transmission network operators to support its forecasting methodology, and that's because we weren't having these large centralised loads connect onto distribution networks. And so increasingly, all the networks and AEMO are working together to be able to refine that forecasting. But I think the open acknowledgement within this is there is a lot of uncertainty, and so all the parties are trying to grapple with that uncertainty in that forecast. I think the process itself has been improving over time. I think the forecast will be updated to reflect what we're seeing on the ground, for instance. But I think it does still open the challenge of, are we treating them consistently? How do we potentially compare them between states? How do we particularly compare them between networks? Because there are probably small differences between all of us.
And I think
The AMC is, Fatima, the AMC is considering a rule change on this point right now, a rule change that came from Energy Consumers Australia to look at how distribution networks planning can be more coordinated. The New South Wales Government is also considering the outcomes of its own transmission frameworks review, and the 3 of us are working with the New South Wales Government and with the AMC to try and make sure that all our respective planning and the many reports and the lots and the huge amount of work that we all do is coordinated and fits together. But where it is different, and it will be different at times, we're very clear on what those differences are, because there is no one truth here, really, and none of us has a crystal ball and is going to be right on this. We'll all be wrong in one way or another. I think the most important thing with all of this is to be coordinated, to be clear about our assumptions, and to be clear about how they all fit in alongside of each other.
Sorry to interrupt.
Chair, I don't want to, because I cut in on your questioning, so I'm happy to wait. Are you okay? Or?
I was going to move on to some cost recovery issues, but if you wanted to talk about anything on forecasting before I go...
Mine was more about the network capacity and cross-subsidising electricity bills. So
I'll do a couple, and then I think
Sure.
you might want to jump in.
Yeah.
I was interested when we talked about this causa pays framework, the mention of bank guarantees being required in some cases. And I'm interested, obviously there's an interest in data centre customers paying 100% of their connection costs, plus their share of network costs. But that issue of what happens if a data centre operator goes insolvent and is then not effectively paying their fair share. What proportion of data centre connections currently have that sort of guarantee of minimum revenue attached to them?
So Ausgrid has always put bank guarantees against all large load customers in a contractual sense. Over the last 2 to 3 years, we have further reinforced some of those contractual arrangements to ensure that those data centre customers, in an event that they decide, hey, we're done, we're out, we're leaving, that they pay for the full cost of the augmentation and the cost of that infrastructure before they exit. Bank guarantees are legally enforceable. Obviously, data centres, they have ramp rates, so they usually ramp up over a 5-year period. What we are also doing is ensuring that those customers are paying for that full amount from the get-go. So if they don't actually meet their ramp rate, they're still going to have to pay for that energy usage that they have committed to within the system. And so bank guarantees are something that we've put in all our contracts. I don't know if that's consistent across all of New South Wales or in other states, but it is a mechanism that we have in place.
And so is that over the life of the asset? So, yeah.
Correct.
So,
yeah,
right.
It's not just in the construction phase, it's also when they're up and running, say in year 5 of them going live and they're fully energised, they make a decision. We have yet to see this, to exit the system. That bank guarantee is enforceable to ensure that any cost that still sits within the life of the asset can be legally received.
Okay. Is that similar with the other DNSPs?
Similar, I'd say the majority of connected data centres on Endeavour Energy's network at the moment, the majority of the infrastructure, the vast majority of the infrastructure was funded by the data centre applicants themselves, and so there hasn't needed to be a direct guarantee because there was no upstream work that would have potentially been funded by the existing customer base if the data centre was to disconnect or go insolvent. I think what we're finding is the use of guarantees becoming increasingly important as we start to move into this space where actually it does start to require more upstream network augmentation and reconfiguration, just to make sure that that augmentation doesn't necessarily get borne across the customer base if that data centre went insolvent.
And this, can I just add into, I guess, the other question that comes up a lot in this space is the roadmap amounts, the New South Wales Electricity Infrastructure Roadmap charges, which don't apply to the transmission-connected data centres. I guess how much, what's the approximate annual value do you think that we're missing out on in roadmap charges that are currently being avoided by data centres who are directly connecting?
I understand you have Minister Sharp later on today. That might be a question best placed for the Minister. They haven't actually released the full roadmap costs. They do kick off from FY27, so in a few months customers start to see those roadmap costs, and today those roadmap costs will only be spread against distribution customers, so across our customer base. In the past, large load customers have not ever really connected to the transmission network. This is a new space for the transmission networks. So therefore, we believe that we do need to review that scheme, because it isn't really equitable now for the customer base for roadmap costs just to be borne on the distribution customers.
So that data, though, as to how much we're missing out on is held by government, not by...
Correct.
Yep, understood.
So government will provide us with visibility of what those costs will be. We'll apply that into the network portion of our customer bill, and that will be pushed through to the retailer.
Okay.
That's generally the process.
Thank you. Mr. Buttigieg, did you want to jump back in?
I just want to explore this point that you raised in your submission and in your opening statements as well, I think. So the network has a certain amount of capacity, and it's built for that way to cater for very, very small windows of peak demand. And I think with the Ausgrid network, and I just remind the committee that the government fully owns Essential Energy and is a 49.5% shareholder in both Ausgrid and Essential Energy. I think for Ausgrid, Ms. Buzzy, is it 10 gigawatts?
So the assets that are built provide capacity for 10 gigawatts of energy. We utilise at maximum demand between 5 and 5.5. And at minimum demand, it's much lower than that. And so that's when we talk about the opportunity to reduce customer bills. So I'll kind of give you a broad example. if these data centres were to come onto the Ausgrid network and use up 1 additional gigawatt of capacity on our network, that should reduce all customer bills by approximately $50. The best example...
And this is because, just so people
Yeah.
understand, this is because essentially as consumers,
you're paying for the
we're
10
paying
gigawatts.
for that infrastructure to sit there to
Correct.
facilitate those air conditioning days where everyone's hot and puts the air.
Yeah.
But if we get load connecting, then obviously there's more money to go around, and that cross-subsidises the residential bills, right?
It's like if you were to catch an Uber
Yep.
to the airport, but you decided to share the Uber with the other committee members, you're spreading the cost. It's exactly the same. Our customer base pays for the 10 gigawatts because they're the assets on our network. And so the more utilisation we have on our network, the cost gets spread across.
Because the revenues
Yeah.
that we can earn are set by the regulator, so the
Correct.
more users you have, the lower the cost to serve for each
Yeah.
customer.
I was going to add, because your point is very critical. I think so for Endeavour Energy's network, so we do have a large industrial base, particularly down in the Illawarra. But a typical demand on a typical day, not a sunny day, so on a day like today, would be between 1.5 and 2 gigawatts of demand. On a very sunny day, that will drop, usually below 1 gigawatt, and that's because the solar systems are all generating and pushing their energy back into the system. On those peak hot days, it is about 4.2 gigawatts, and it is driven largely by the residential volatility and air conditioning load associated, particularly in Western Sydney.
Is there a point where, because all the data centres get connected, plus you've got your residential load, and then you have to account for peak load, that you have to then build more infrastructure, so it's kind of like... but basically at the moment there's probably too much excess capacity, right?
Correct.
And that's what's driving high bills. So you've got to get those closer together. Is that what we're saying?
So I think, it gets relatively complex, but I think and that leads a lot to the precinct-based thinking we're going through of like, well, how do you size it for the type of load that's going in there, which is essentially what we're seeing with data centres is a fairly flat profile, like 24/7 flat. Was a little bit of a surge in the middle of the day, but not much. I think that's very different to how we size, for instance, a suburb, which will be sized for those couple of days a year, but then for most of the year actually run at a fairly low utilisation. And so I think sometimes it is around looking at the right infrastructure in the right location, and being able to actually co-locate types of customers can be beneficial because you can find a way in which you get greater utilisation of the infrastructure base.
And
I could just ask
Ms.
one-
Pearson, just
sorry.
quickly, Ms. Pearson, is that more accentuated for Essential because you've got this extensive network feeding the whole of regional New South Wales, so you've got to have electricity lines everywhere, transformers and all the rest of it, but then your load, I imagine, would be fairly low compared to the capacity required. So is that, notwithstanding the challenges you outlined with fibre and water and everything, theoretically, if you put data centres out in the regions, that would help greatly, wouldn't it?
It would help enormously because our network is underutilised. We also have, as you may be aware, a number of generator and storage proponents seeking to connect to our network as well. And with some good planning, we may very well be able to identify areas where there's capacity for data centres and to have generation and storage close by as well, which would be very beneficial for our customers because, for every... we have, I think, 4 to 5 customers per kilometre of network. I think in Ausgrid's network, it's more like 45 customers per network. So that's the difference that we're looking at. So it's one of the reasons why, in my opening comments, I made the point that whatever policy response we take, it needs to be nuanced to reflect the fact that this network, the regional network, is different and it has capacity, and we don't want to not make the most of any regional economic opportunities that could come out of this as well.
If I could just go back to that question in terms of building the network out for those 4 or 5 days or the like, what's the impact of data centres on those days as well? I imagine there's some commensurate increase, but I imagine from your discussion about consistency of data centre loads typically that variance may not be as much.
Yeah, so it is obviously a much more predictable load once it's in operation. Being able to locate it and plan for it means that you can actually look at your infrastructure decisions to make sure you don't, for instance, assume it's going to behave like a residential customer. So we take that into account in how we try to optimise sort of the infrastructure required for that data centre. It's the same practice we apply for all customers. For instance, we have batteries often connecting adjacent data centres. You can assume that they're both consuming at the same time, and that would actually result in overbuild. Or you can actually use the battery, for instance, to reduce the demand that sits within that data centre or respond to the residential peak. And so a lot of it is around how do you coordinate the types of customers and the types of infrastructure to make sure that you don't have to build a big network to supply sort of a demand that may not materialise.
And those 4 or 5 days in terms of peak air conditioners, I take it with data centres that because of the mix of cooling and that there's a lot more water cooling that goes into the operation, that the demand on the systems might be more from the water network rather than from the electricity network. Is that a correct assumption, or am I wrong there?
I probably can't answer that one, but certainly what we've seen from the electricity perspective is not a significant amount of shift in that profile.
We had an example recently where we had one of our peak days, and what we did actually ask the data centre to do to kind of rectify was to actually take their load down just for a few hours to allow the market to stabilise, and then they went back up. So if we're really smart and if we really plan well, what we can do is we can actually utilise these data centre customers to peak in and out as required where they can, because obviously some data centres you don't want them to be flexible because of the type of customer they're servicing at the end, while there are other data centres which make sense where they can curtail their demand a little bit for a few hours just to kind of even out the system for those peak periods.
And how do you know the profile of the data centre's customers? Is that something that's shared with you, or is it just a request you put out and it's a price mechanism effectively and they'll respond to the price mechanism?
There's the process where they come in and connect and they give us a ramp rate, so we assume and we go, okay, this is how we're going to model it. And then there's the practicality. When they operationalise, we can see their demand. So based on that, we can then start to really forecast that operational demand. The different processes. First one is a planning process. The second one is how we operationally manage our networks.
I think a lot of our process improvements have been around validating a lot of those inputs, obviously based on experience and trying to understand. Not all data centres are the same. They all have very different business operating models. But I think we've also found, even in that upfront engagement, you can start to discuss things like flexibility, so flexible demand, because that would be a fantastic resource for the energy system. If on those couple of days, for a couple of hours, they could reduce a level of demand. It can also accelerate their connection, but it can also support, call it a skinnier grid to be able to service that connection and push downward pressure on bills. And so I think what's occurring at the moment is a more dynamic way in which we're thinking about these customers, and it's an opportunity that's only arisen just given the size and scale of them to be able to negotiate that and try to see what is the best path for in the long-term interest of all consumers.
Thank you. And just one last question from me before I hand over to my colleague. Just in terms of a point of clarification in your submission or expansion, on page 5, the second last paragraph, and I'll quote it, the total network price for distribution connected customers includes several components: distribution revenue recovery, metering charges, transmission revenue recovery, and jurisdictional cross pass-through. Jurisdictional cost schemes, such as those associated with the New South Wales Electricity Infrastructure Roadmap, are expected to increase over time and are correlated with energy customer consumption. Currently, if data centres connect at the transmission network level, they would not pay their contribution towards the New South Wales Electricity Infrastructure Roadmap. Just interested in that point and how that works and how potentially we could ensure that they did pay if that was the aim of government.
That's a policy decision by the New South Wales government. So it would be just a policy change, and then that cost would be spread across both transmission and distribution customers. So it's kind of outside of our control. We're the catch of it, and so therefore I think it's a discussion with New South Wales government on how they're going to adjust that policy.
Okay.
We
So
have
in
been
practice-
we have been encouraging government,
Yeah.
the three of us, over some time to spread it across both distribution and transmission for that equity reason. There's a similar issue with battery storage. If battery storage connects to the transmission level, it doesn't attract those charges. If battery storage connects at the distribution level, it does. And there are a number of those sorts of differences that we would like to remove as distribution networks and transmission networks, I guess, become a little bit more similar in how they look and feel as the energy transition progresses.
And just to that point, is that part of why there's the double application, so to speak, that we were discussing earlier? No? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
note, sorry, that the shaking of the head for Hansard is a no.
It may be a contributing factor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the large loads and large generation, they like to have connections at the transmission level and at the distribution level. They like to diversify because it's in their best interests to have a diversity of locations and connections.
Yeah, I think reflect that the mechanism in which that cost recovery occurs is one that's been built over many years, including for instance the New South Wales Climate Change Fund that also funds a lot of sort of schemes like solar for low income homes and other schemes that come from that. It's been levied on distributors because that's where the customers were connected for a very long time. I think what's changed now is customers are connecting at both transmission and distribution, and so the time is now to be able to address a potential inequity. It will result in some fairly substantial differences in pricing for a connection to a transmission network to a distribution network. And I guess our challenge is that sort of by design, or is that actually just an arbitrage that may not be what was intended?
Thank you very much.
May I go to some evidence that was provided to us last week? I don't know if you were watching, but the Secretary of the Department of Premier said that there would be no data centre strategy following the consultation that the government is undertaking currently. Is it concerning to you?
I can respond if you'd like. Whether it's a policy decision or a strategy, I do believe, in Victoria, they've done it quite well as a starting point. They have managed to accelerate their approvals in a 4-month period. I have customers who've been waiting 18 months to determine are they going to proceed or not proceed. It's not a great look for New South Wales, and so therefore they are just moving to Victoria to connect. And I believe it's in New South Wales' interest for us to open our doors to data centres and do it in a coordinated, managed way where we do mitigate the risks. So therefore, we can put forward papers, we can put forward recommendations, but what I think we all need to do is we need to understand that this is a dynamic environment. We should have a process that we adjust as the environment changes, and to enable the networks and these customers to move through that process versus spending 18 months trying to make decisions. We need a coordination body that has decision-making rights, and at the moment everyone has a decision-making right for a part of the puzzle, and that makes it really tricky for customers coming into our environment and for all of us to collectively drive these outcomes.
I think we will work with what we have, and these
You have to,
government-
really.
We have
I
to.
mean, you've got no
we work with
choice.
what we have, and we haven't had a great, I guess, government has an EV charging infrastructure strategy, but on a practical level, Essential Energy has maps. It's worked with local providers, local councils. We do what we need to do to coordinate this activity because, in our case, we want the consumers in our network, particularly in rural, regional and remote New South Wales, to get the same benefits as customers in metropolitan areas. That's what drives us. So if we have government policy to coordinate it, that's great, that's ideal. But the three of us all have long history in working with what we have, working with local councils and other key community stakeholders to make things happen.
Yeah. I think it's work with what we have, and then obviously we advocate to drive change so that we can get consistency and sort of support a better outcome.
We also have a rule change process. One of the advantages of the energy sector is that we have an independent rule maker who has absolutely no discretion not to consider a problem that we put to it. So we can actually achieve a lot of reform that way. It's not perfect, and there are limitations on what they can do, but we can do a fair bit that way.
Your submission states that the unprecedented system shaping scale and pace of data centre growth in some parts of the network cannot be managed through business as usual planning, and specifically says that there should be more strategic planning of data centre locations. You obviously referred in your opening statement to a proactive strategy. Has the government asked you for your input into whatever they're doing at this point? Are they proactively engaging with you?
I think we have actively been working with the IDA, Investment New South Wales. We've been working with the Energy Department, with the Planning Department. But I believe what we need to do is just decide on the path forward so we can all support these customers through this in a way that benefits the broader population of New South Wales. And there's definitely benefits. I just draw the committee's attention to the Victorian, the Victorians just got their determination, and the Victorian households are forecast to save $175 a year by FY30. That is amazing. Like, that is really, really hard to do. And a lot of that comes from them building data centres on their patch to drive that utilisation up and to drive the costs down. So I just draw the attention of the inquiry to that, because I want that for New South Wales. I want that for our customers. Roadmap costs are going to be high, and at a minimum, if we can find a way to break even, that would be an amazing outcome for New South Wales.
Can I ask you just a question about where this whole thing is going in terms of renewables, and as more solar and wind come onto the network and battery storage, the distribution networks which you all run become more and more critical, because you have to wheel the power around and share it. So are you guys facing any regulatory hurdles in terms of your ability to leverage that infrastructure into that transition with community batteries and the like? And sorry, this is a bit long-winded, but when data centres are going in, has there been any thought to charging the data centres for things like community batteries that you're putting in to soak up that load?
I'm happy to go first. I think it's probably safe to say, like, it's mixed. I think have we found support? Like, Endeavour Energy has invested heavily, predominantly in digital infrastructure, to be able to sort of connect and sort of develop new value propositions for customers. For instance, we've launched a flexible exports sort of product, and so the idea is customers can export more solar most of the time, because it's interacting with the system and making sure the system stays secure, but most of the time they get a lot more solar out of the system. And so a lot of our investment, and I think it's across the many of the networks, has been in a lot of digital infrastructure. So things like customer management systems, customer consent management systems, digital infrastructure to monitor the network and identify if there are issues and constraints. And so there's been a lot of support, admittedly, for that type of investment. Now, that type of investment also helps avoid costly investment, because it's no longer set and forget. You don't just put out, for instance, a transformer and come back in 50 years and replace it. It's actually knowing when things are operating at their limit. So it is to drive greater utilisation of the grid. I think where we do still find challenge is where we do try to come up with fairly new models, novel models. So things like community batteries, things like EV charging infrastructure on poles, or looking at local energy precincts to be able to generate as well as selling that energy within that precinct. Now, these are areas that are probably novel, so the regulatory frameworks haven't caught pace. So we're not necessarily seeing support for that, but we've also acknowledging we're all pushing into this area to be able to find new ways in which we solve sort of the energy transition. So I'd say like it's a mixed result, and I somewhat think it's probably just the path we're going down, being able to advocate for change.
I would agree with Colin that, you know, to the extent that we need to make investments to carry out our standard BAU, you know, distribution service role, yes, we can do that. The AER holds us to a high standard, as it should, but we can do that and make those investments, and which we've had to because our network's being used in a different way. I think it's where it comes to newer, novel type services, it's a little trickier. It's particularly tricky, I think, going back to the regional metropolitan kind of divide as well. I think from Essential Energy's perspective, our customers aren't seeing the benefits of a lot of the energy transition, such as access to EV charging infrastructure, yet you know, the regulators are less likely to, they're less comfortable with treating us differently and allowing us to do perhaps and provide services that perhaps wouldn't need to be provided in other areas. So I think I agree with Colin, when it's the standard distribution service function, we can do what we need to do. It's those other newer services that our customers want. It's a little trickier.
And so just to clarify, so regional, you think that there is a real opportunity for regional areas to be a home for certain types of data centres to assist with grid stability, reliability, and to
Help
reduce
lower
prices? Yeah.
Absolutely and definitely. We want regional and rural customers to benefit from these technological changes. And one way is through a stronger network that comes with bigger load, and also through more efficient charging and for more efficient utilisation, I think, which leads to lower charges.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're almost out of time. Can I just ask one more clarificatory question? So we heard evidence last week from Data Centres Australia, or maybe that was the week before, but definitely last week from the IDA, talking about quite a long ramping profile. But in your submission, you say that requested loads are now ramping to full capacity in 1 to 2 years rather than a longer period of time. Can you explain the disparity?
Yeah, so I think we found typically, so most of the data centre connections, of the 20 we've got at the moment, they tend to switch on at about 20% and then they ramp up over about 10 years up to a level of utilisation. I think what we're probably alluding to there in the statement is that we're now receiving requests that are suggesting a ramp rate of 2 years. Now, we haven't seen those yet materialise in any of our actual operational experience, but I think the demand has increased, and I think we've linked that largely to different opportunities that obviously these data centre proponents are starting to identify. But by and large, our profile that we've seen to date has been, call it that 5 to 10 year ramp rate. Now, that's quite manageable from a network and from our infrastructure perspective. I think if it was genuinely to ramp up at 1 to 2 years, we would be challenged with that within our current frameworks.
Thank you. Okay, that does unfortunately bring us to time. Thank you so much for your appearance. To the extent there were questions taken on notice, I know that there will be supplementary questions. The Secretariat will be in touch, but that concludes our time with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
morning.
Good morning. We now welcome our next witness. If I could please ask you to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you. My name is Martin Kennedy. I'm the General Manager of Market Operations and Grid for the Clean Energy Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to commence with a short opening statement?
I would. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Chair, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. Data centres have become a shorthand for artificial intelligence, but most of the digital infrastructure Australians rely on every day has nothing to do with ChatGPT, AI, or generated cat videos. These facilities, in fact, carry our banking systems, emergency services, communications, CCTV networks, hospital records, university data, defence infrastructure, and all the other cloud services that businesses and individuals rely on every hour of every day. Every Teams meeting, every government database, every online transaction. This needs to be viewed as essential digital infrastructure for the future. We build our dams to store Sydney's drinking water in or near Sydney. We would not choose to keep it in Texas or Shenzhen. Data is moving into the same category, and there is a clear national interest in storing and processing as much of it as we can on Australian soil, under Australian law and powered by Australian energy. One of the biggest opportunities data centres present is their ability to help unlock renewable energy projects stuck in the investment pipeline currently. AEMO, the market operator, expects data centre demand to grow roughly fivefold by 2035, reaching around 9% of the national electricity market consumption. In New South Wales specifically, this could exceed 15%. This is an enormous source of new electricity demand entering the system. From a market and grid perspective, that matters because data centres are exactly the kind of customer that many renewable energy projects need. They are large-scale, long-duration users of electricity with strong incentives to sign long-term power purchase agreements with new wind, solar and storage projects. Those contracts provide the revenue certainty that developers need to reach financial close, which at the moment is a major issue for Australian clean energy. Globally, players such as Amazon, Microsoft, Google and Meta are the 4 largest corporate buyers of renewable energy on Earth, with over 90 gigawatts of renewable PPAs already contracted internationally. In Australia, Amazon alone has signed PPAs with around 8 local renewable projects totalling over a gigawatt. This shows you the market to power data centres with renewable energy already exists. Across New South Wales today, there are projects sitting close to financial investment decision but struggling to get over the line. Large data centre customers and the load that they would bring and the contracts they would sign could help change that. Their demand can bring forward new generation, accelerate storage investment and help move projects out of the queue into construction and operation. This is not about clean electricity and data centres as a binary struggle. It's about a provider and customer relationship that's mutually beneficial. Third point is that Australia can absolutely power this industry through firmed renewable energy. The system can support it. A modern electricity system needs 3 things working together. Generation, including wind and solar at scale, as well as rooftop and consumer resources. Storage in the form of batteries and other long-duration assets, and firmed by gas, and transmission to move the energy from where it's generated to where the load sits. Behind-the-meter batteries at data centres can also help reduce peak stress and replace diesel backup in a cleaner, more sustainable manner. Research commissioned by the Clean Energy Finance Corporation found that if new data centre load is not matched with new renewable supply, New South Wales wholesale prices in 2035 would be around 26% higher, and emissions around 14% higher. Matching new demand with new supply protects households, provides investment certainty, and protects emissions at the same time. Australia has the resources, the workforce, and the market design to build sovereign digital infrastructure powered by Australian wind, sun, and storage, which is what we should be aiming for, in our view. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask a couple and then throw to my colleagues. Your submission argues that data centre power purchase agreements can, quote, underwrite the financial viability of new wind, solar and battery storage projects, end quote, and also add new net renewable capacity to the NEM. But the Climate Council's submission to this inquiry noted that in recent years there's been a decline in corporate PPAs underwriting genuinely new projects, with most attached to existing assets or underwritten by state-owned utilities. The Business Renewables Centre Australia's State of the PPA Market Report raised similar concerns about additionality. So what mechanism do you propose to ensure that data centre PPAs genuinely support additional generation rather than simply providing a revenue stream for projects that would have been built anyway?
Thank you for the question. I think this is a key point, and it's one that we have put a fair amount of thought on, and I think it's fair to say we're still refining our position as an organisation and an industry. Data centres, particularly hyperscale ones, are material amounts of new load, not dissimilar to a smelter. And you wouldn't bring something like that into the system without also considering investment in the supply infrastructure to meet that new demand. Failure to do so equals adding new demand without new supply, which is only going to push prices in one direction. So we feel there's a strong case to match the new demand with new supply, firmed renewables consistently being found to be the cheapest form of new build supply in Australia. Now, the challenge that needs to be unlocked, in our view, is that at the moment, the time to build a data centre is shorter than the time to build a renewable energy project, typically. And so this is where we're seeing players contracting with existing assets, signing PPAs with them, rather than new build. Our view is that there's a natural opportunity here to support existing assets with a market exposure that they want to hedge in the near term, but it's also important to have additionality in the longer term. Otherwise, we get into that scenario of adding demand without adding complementary supply. In terms of how we work through an implementable mechanism there, our approach is a collaborative one, working with the data centre industry and our renewable members to figure out how we achieve those twin objectives.
So would you support then a requirement that data centre PPAs include an additionality clause, so something that actually requires the PPAs support a project that would not otherwise have proceeded?
I think that's one we would want to work through with them, maybe in the form of a working group or something, collaboratively figure out what's going to work best. I guess the evolution that we've seen on some of the advocacy in this space, from initially being focused on pure additionality of pure renewables to an acknowledgement that some degree of firming is also required, and an acknowledgement that if you're pulling the trigger on your renewable project and your data centre project at the same time, the data centre project is complete before the renewables one, particularly in the case of wind. So there is some nuance to be worked through there in terms of how that gets brought into effect. But we see a natural win-win opportunity here for the data centre industry and the renewable industry to work together.
So obviously these PPAs are directly negotiated between the data centres and the renewables project, and these data centre companies consume a lot of energy and they're very motivated to minimise the cost to themselves. So I guess what confidence do you have that the prices being offered to renewable projects from these data centre companies is sufficient to bring those projects to a financial close?
I would say that both parties have a strong incentive to reach a mutually beneficial position. The data centres ultimately need to power their operations, energy being the biggest single cost in most instances, and firmed renewables being consistently found, for instance, in CSIRO's Gen Cost report, to be the cheapest way to do that.
We're hearing from quite a lot of renewable energy proponents, in particular wind farms, saying that they don't feel that the PPA prices that they're being offered are sufficient, basically, in order to then reach that financial close, and they feel that they're getting squeezed. Is that something that you're hearing as well?
There are a couple of challenges that I think that are underpinning that. One is the currently very low level of large generation certificate prices, which doesn't really provide much of an investment signal for new build renewables, but does in theory enable electricity purchased with those certificates attached to be positioned as green. So I think there's a challenge there with that pathway allowing people to make certain claims that aren't really driving genuine additionality. Then the other related challenge is that there are projects that would have contracted PPAs in the early days of the RET that would be rolling off those into market exposures that they don't want to carry. And they would be looking to recontract PPAs effectively in competition with the new build projects. And so if you're taking a purist investment view, you've got an existing asset that is available with a known output profile, no construction or development risk, potentially outcompeting the new build assets that have at least some degree of risk in those areas. And I think that's a challenge that needs to be worked through, because those that have invested in the capacity previously have a right to earn a return on that. But equally, we want to make sure that that's not at the expense of investment in the new build capacity we need to put in place.
Thank you. I'll just open up to my colleagues.
Thank you. Thanks for coming and for your submission. I actually referenced the energy newsletter last night in two of my contributions to Parliament, and I was curious about basically the social license for projects. So we just heard that there is a big appetite and potential for data centres to roll out in regional areas to lower prices and stabilise the grid. Are you seeing in your work that social license for renewable rollout and data centre rollout as having similar pitfalls or risks in regional areas?
I would say there's a similarity in that when it's done well, the assets are received favourably, and when it's done poorly, a lot of people get upset, which is understandable. We've seen plenty of examples of renewable projects that have contributed materially to community benefit funds and provided drought-proof revenue streams to farmers hosting the infrastructure. But then there are also examples where consultation processes maybe weren't as thorough as they could have been. So in that sense, there are examples, there's a similarity in that there are examples both in the positive and the negative. I think one of the challenges with data centre siting is you need a few different things to come together, one of which is availability of favourable grid conditions, which is what you're talking to, and the energy needed to power the operations. But they also fundamentally need a high-speed, high-capacity fibre internet connection. And so I guess that's the bit that needs to be considered in our view in relation to these decisions around regional siting. Because if we're just trying to solve for the best spot in the grid to put new load, but there's no way for them to get the data in and out, we're boxing ourselves in.
And in terms of this seems like there's a slowing pace of renewable energy rollouts in New South Wales at the moment. Could you speak to what needs to be done to improve that rollout so that we can have some more confidence that data centres can be a useful part of the mix?
Yeah, look, this is something that perhaps unsurprisingly we spend a lot of time on.
Yeah.
Look, last year I think there was about 4.4 gigawatts of capacity across the NEM that commissioned. If I refer to EMO's Electricity Statement of Opportunities report last year, we need to be doing closer to 10 per annum on average. So there's a big uplift that needs to happen across the NEM to get us where we need to go. Now, that's a challenge, but it's, in our view, certainly not insurmountable. And I would draw attention to the fact that it took us 10 years to get from 10% renewable energy to 20%, but it took us only 5 years to get from 20 to 40. And then as at Q4 last year, we actually went slightly beyond 50% renewable energy in the grid. So the pace can accelerate, the capability is there. The challenge that we're seeing at the moment isn't so much at the construction and commissioning point, It's certainly not at the development stage. We've got 350 gigawatts of development capacity sitting in EMO's queue at the moment, which is 5 times more than the NEM currently has in total, way more than we need. So the projects are there and the capabilities there. What's missing in our view primarily is the bankable investment signal that gets people to FID and gets construction underway. Now in New South Wales, the primary program to try and address that would be the LTESA structure within the New South Wales roadmap. And there was a new tender round recently launched to that effect with a strong focus on getting contracts signed and projects commenced this year, which we view obviously as a very favourable development. We'll continue to work with them on whatever we can do to help accelerate. But I guess the headline message would be, yes, there's a lot to do. We believe it's achievable and we believe it's in everyone's interest to achieve it. And we're here to collaborate and help make that happen.
So with the LTESA process, is there, I mean, have you witnessed a delay in the most recent round coming out? There's been a gap between the rounds, and how do we ensure that that is actually a mechanism that's utilised effectively?
Look, it's a key point, and I think there was a little bit of interplay between the capacity investment scheme process and the LTESA process, and so I think that to some degree explains the delay. I was looking at data recently, yesterday in fact, that was suggesting that about 50% of the LTESA awarded projects had reached FID. So obviously there's 50% in the queue that's been awarded that still needs to get there. And then there's the other capacity that still needs to be contracted in the remaining auctions. In terms of what needs to be done to accelerate those processes, that's probably a conversation we'd want to have directly with ASL and Energy Co to work that through.
Just finally, can you just talk me through that capacity investment scheme interaction, please?
So the capacity investment scheme included projects in New South Wales were able to bid into that scheme, and so there were New South Wales-based renewable projects contracted through it. That was happening during the lull that you mentioned in the LTESA program. Yeah.
So, just in terms of how that, how does that make it more difficult for investment to flow through? Or like what, you seem to indicate earlier that there was a problem between those programs interacting, or
no, sorry, that was not my intention.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I was inferring that perhaps, and I don't know as a point of fact, but perhaps part of the reason for the apparent delay in LTESA rounds was because there were SIS rounds happening in that period that included projects in New South Wales.
Right, so there was a decision made to prioritise that, potentially.
Possibly. This is an inference. Yeah.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Did you have one, or do you okay for me to go?
Yeah, I do have a general question about, related to the previous evidence we heard, and this like dovetailing into the transition to renewables. So what we heard on evidence from the 3 distributors who cover New South Wales is that because of all this excess capacity in the network, there's a big potential for data centres to connect and soak up some of those infrastructure costs and therefore subsidise electricity bills. If there's then some sort of a requirement for those data centres to be supplied with renewables, can you see a positive kind of virtuous circle there where consumers feel as though they're actually seeing a material reduction in bills because of the data centre load, but then also that's encouraging renewables to come online as well? Is that kind of like a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think that's a good example of the kind of win-win that can be possible here when we think about it in that sort of way. the data that I've seen suggested that most data centres were looking to connect into that distribution system, which, as we heard, does have some spare capacity in it. And obviously for consumers, it's a good outcome if that capacity cost is spread over some of this new load that's coming into the system and helping them enjoy lower bills.
And then the political appetite for the transition to renewables becomes greater because people are actually seeing material reductions in their bills, right? Yeah.
Absolutely. And I would also mention on that point the latest default market offer determinations, which generally were lower across the NEM. And a big driver of that was lower wholesale prices, which are correlated with higher renewables in the wholesale market.
Thanks.
Can I ask, Greenpeace released a report last week that stated, quote, the frenzied rollout of AI data centres in Australia is set to derail the renewable energy transition, entrench gas and turbocharge climate pollution, end quote. And then they call for a moratorium on data centre builds. Why is the Clean Energy Council so at odds with one of the leading climate change advocacy organisations?
Well, I think their position is probably accurate if you don't build the new build renewables to support the data centres. The research that the Clean Energy Finance Corporation commissioned from Baringa shows that if you don't build the new build renewables, it does push up prices, does create reliability challenges, and it does threaten emissions targets.
So it's then reliant, so your position then is reliant on the idea that there will be genuinely additional renewables coming onto the...
Yeah, we view it as a win-win. You have renewable developers who are seeking long-term offtake, and you have data centre developers who are seeking to contract long-term cost-effective electricity. We say that as a natural win-win.
Right. Of course, you then have, you know, the data centre in the Southern Highlands that wants to have a gas-powered plant in addition. So I guess that's also something that perhaps they've got in their minds.
Yeah, I probably can't comment on the individual decisions of individual sites, but that obviously sits outside what we're suggesting.
In your opening statement, you said that most data centres aren't about ChatGPT, etc., but they're critical government data. But we've got evidence to this committee from researchers and the transmission operators that approximately 84% of new data centre loaders are for AI.
Oh, that's interesting.
So, yeah, and also that there's huge secrecy around what these data centres are being used for anyway. I guess, how do you make that statement?
So I was basing my statement on the analysis that AMO commissioned from Oxford Economics, and that indicated that most of it was cloud computing, and that AI was a material component but a relatively smaller component than the data storage, backup and compute within the cloud computing.
Right. Yeah, which is, I guess at odds with the information we heard last week in particular.
Potentially it's an issue of timing. I mean, maybe the Oxford Economics statement is as at now, looking backwards. Their statement seems to be more forward-looking about their pipeline, which I don't have visibility over.
Yeah,
Was that, sorry, just to clarify on that, Chair, was that study based on projected growth of data centres based on historical trends, in other words, banking, cloud computing and all the rest, without necessarily understanding the uptick in demand for AI? Is that like, or did they explicitly say, we think that because of the growth of AI demand, that this is going to be the projected demand?
I have to say I didn't look into that element of their methodology.
Okay.
The Oxford Economics report is publicly available though,
Yep.
so you'd be able to dig into that detail.
I think that's a good point. That's probably probably explains it. Anyone else have
Yep. So, Mr. Kennedy, I guess getting from those points, whether it's AI or whether it's data centres for critical storage, AI is coming, if not already here, and it is growing. The question comes down to, for this committee and for the New South Wales government, whether it's worth having here in New South Wales. Just looking in terms of your submission, you see that there are advantages for New South Wales with having data centres and data centre development in this state. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those advantages effectively come to supporting the renewable energy rollout.
Yeah, among other things. Obviously, that's our primary focus as the Clean Energy Council. the jobs, the investment in regional communities where the renewable projects to power the data centres would be based.
Okay. And now, in terms of if there was an alternative, if New South Wales decided to thumb our nose at data centre development in this state, what would you see, at least in your patch from the Clean Energy Council, as being the alternatives and where these data centres would go and what sort of arrangements they'd have governing them?
So my understanding from the evidence that I heard from the folks that were in here immediately before me was that it would most likely head to Victoria.
Okay.
That's
And
what
what are
they
the
seem to be
arrangements in
saying.
Victoria compared to New South Wales? Are you familiar with that at all?
Sorry, I missed the start of that.
What are the arrangements in Victoria compared to New South Wales from a clean energy perspective? Are you aware of that?
In terms of the specific policy drivers for Victoria versus New South Wales, I would probably defer to the folks that gave testimony immediately before me. They seem to have.
Okay,
some
but in
information on
terms
that.
of the requirements around clean energy, and your submission talks about having, I think, a recommendation that you ensure that there is, of course, a clean energy requirement for any data centre. Is that something that exists in Victoria at present, or?
I would need to take that on notice.
Yep, if you could, that would be good.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're at time.
Great. Thank you very much for making yourself available and for giving us the benefit of your insights and experience. To the extent there are questions taken on notice or more likely supplementary questions, Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that does conclude our time with you. We will now take a short morning tea break and be back at 10:45.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Cheers.
Good. Excellent. And we are back. We now welcome our next witness. If I could ask you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you. Is that actually you switched on?
Yes.
Excellent. Hi, I'm Wendy Black. I'm Executive Director of Policy for the Business Council of Australia. I will take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And would you like to commence with a short opening statement?
Yes, if I could. Thank
Please
you,
do.
Chair. And thank you for the committee for the opportunity to appear today. The Business Council of Australia represents many of the nation's largest employers and investors across the economy, including companies investing in digital infrastructure, energy systems, advanced manufacturing, telecommunications, and AI-enabled services. Importantly, whether directly or indirectly, all our members are reliant on data centres to run their businesses. That goes for businesses large and small, including all the businesses within the supply chains of our members. Almost every Australian already relies on data centres, often without realising it, from accessing banking services, healthcare systems, government services or communications platforms. From a business and economic perspective, data centres are foundational economic infrastructure essential to modern economy and society. They underpin cloud computing, cybersecurity, digital government services, financial systems, health systems, AI capability, and the broader digital transformation of the economy. Importantly, they are also becoming central to Australia's future productivity performance. Every major industry is becoming more data intensive and more digitally enabled. Data centres provide the cloud infrastructure that businesses, governments, and essential services rely on to store and process information. They are also supporting AI adoption across sectors such as healthcare, logistics, resources, education, and financial services, and will be increasingly dependent on these for secure, reliable, and scalable compute capacity. That means the question before this committee is bigger than individual facilities or planning approvals. It is whether New South Wales intends to remain globally competitive in a rapidly evolving digital economy. Does New South Wales want a seat at the table in the development of this technology and into the future? Countries across the region are competing aggressively for digital infrastructure investment. Australia starts from a position of strength, with strong institutions, renewable energy potential, high levels of digital adoption, and a stable investment environment. These are advantages which can further leverage to attract investment and jobs. Investment in this sector is highly sensitive to policy certainty, planning, efficiency, energy availability, and the regulatory consistency. If settings become fragmented, uncertain, or excessively slow, investment will move elsewhere. That matters not only for economic growth, but increasingly for sovereign capability and national resilience. At the same time, communities rightly expect governments and industry to manage energy demand responsibly, maintain reliability and affordability in the electricity system, minimise environmental impacts, and ensure infrastructure development occurs with proper planning and transparency. The answer is to acknowledge that we have sound policies in place which, if applied and coordinated, will enable New South Wales and Australia to gain the benefits of this investment. From the Business Council's perspective, 4 priorities are critical. First, government should recognise data centres are enabling economic infrastructure and as a strategic investment opportunity for New South Wales and Australia. Second, New South Wales and Commonwealth policy settings should remain aligned. A fragmented or inconsistent national framework risks undermining investment confidence and Australia's competitiveness. Third, planning and approval systems must become faster, more predictable, and more coordinated. Long approval timeframes and inconsistent processes increase costs, delay investment, and weaken Australia's position relative to competing jurisdictions. And fourth, infrastructure coordination matters. Delivering digital infrastructure at scale requires closer coordination across energy, transmission, water, telecommunications, planning, and workforce systems. Importantly, the sector can support broader economic and energy objectives. Data centres are already underpinning investment in renewable energy, storage and grid infrastructure, through long-term purchasing agreements and infrastructure investment. They are also supporting high-value construction, engineering, digital and technical jobs across the economy. Australia has an opportunity to position itself as a trusted regional hub for the digital infrastructure and AI capability. The Business Council believes Australia can absolutely support both economic growth and responsible infrastructure development, but doing so requires governments to approach digital infrastructure strategically and cohesively with an attitude to find solutions, not put up barriers. If we get this right, New South Wales can strengthen productivity growth, support higher living standards, attract investment, build sovereign capability and create long-term economic value while maintaining community confidence and supporting the energy transition. Thank you, and I look forward to the questions from the committee.
Thank you. I will just check if the Honourable Jackie Munro wants to start.
I can.
I'm happy to assume.
Okay, yeah, you can.
Sorry.
That's fine. On the spot. Thank you very much for your submission. Now, just interested in terms of the benefits, and you've outlined in terms of business and its utilisation of data centres. Does it matter if they're here or if they're overseas? What's the advantage to Australia and particularly New South Wales hosting them?
I think there are the two main advantages. First is the capital expenditure that would come here, and that is that broader economic growth piece. With the figures that came out yesterday, for capital expenditure in the country, really it is data centres that are giving us that investment at the moment. So it is a broad investment in construction, in the technology, creating these very skilled jobs. So there is a broader economic value. Then there is that wider role that they play, that is that that sort of infrastructure, the digital infrastructure that we need for businesses going forward. We are changing the way that our computer technology works. We're now having cloud technology. One of the positives of that is it's more energy efficient than having servers in every location, so that's a good one. But also, when you look at the way that more digital services are being provided, it's much more efficient, much more productive that we're digital rather than paper. And the other part is the AI evolution that we're having at the moment. There is no doubt that this new technology is going to change the way that we do business, and there are enormous productivity gains to be had from that. For those sorts of services to be available, it is much better that those data centres providing that compute power is located close. Now, I'm not saying that all data centres are the same and all will provide different services across those range of areas, and location is more important for some more than others. If you're doing a large language model and it's just training and learning, location is not quite as critical, but certainly for inferencing it is. So I think we need to be very mindful about the importance overall this plays in underpinning the future direction that businesses will take and where they will grow and their particular needs. When I think of our members, the work that, say, Commonwealth Bank does, the importance it is now using AI for cybersecurity, really critical. You need to have very fast times in those sorts of areas. So there's a range of different services, and these will continue to grow. Location is important, but you can also have it in different areas depending on the technology. So I think we need to be mindful of the value they'll have locally, but also I would also say there is importance that we can grow this and provide a service to the region too.
Thank you. Now, I think there's been some discussion already about not all data centres are created equal, and talking about the hyperscalers, for instance, or those that have sovereign capability here. We need to keep the data onshore. Does the Business Council of Australia take any view with respect to that, and whether there should be prioritisation of different data centres here in New South Wales?
Look, they're not all equal, and they are all different. And I'm certainly not going to say I'm the technical person in all of that. But I think this is why we need to be very open to the advances and the changes that are also happening with data centres and the technology that they're using. And therefore, setting sort of some, I guess, strict parameters around prioritising certain ones, I think is going to be very difficult, because it is an evolving system, and so you've got your cloud compute here, but I'm also doing other digital work here, and then I've got my AI and I've got my AI agents. You're probably using all of that in your business going forward, or even in the parliament here, or what I'm doing on my iPhone. So I think it's very hard to separate them out. I think this is where you have to actually work with the data centres themselves and understand, well, what sort of role is that playing? Am I a hyperscaler? Am I doing cloud? Am I really focusing on AI technology? And making sure that we're providing the right environment for the right sort of product that business is going to need. Data centres are not going to set up if they get then, I guess, restricted in what they can do that doesn't meet the customer demand. So I think, as we look forward to the sort of what's this new infrastructure technology, I think we've got to give it some room to allow the real technical people to work out what is critical, what's important, how do they evolve, and how do they meet the demand for the market.
Now, we heard from the Clean Energy Council prior, and I know you were here for part of it, but probably not all of it. But part of their submission is that effectively data centres should be underpinned by the renewable energy rollout and matched. And understanding that there may be some timing differences, but if there is a data centre development, then that should be underpinned by new renewables that otherwise wouldn't be there. I note in your submission you have cautioned, in a sense, that I'll just go to this, that the rigidly coupling of data centre approvals to contemporaneous renewable generation build-out creates investment bottlenecks and risks diverting capital to other jurisdictions. Do you want to just outline, in a sense, why you see that being the case, and why we shouldn't have a rigid framework when it comes to purchasing power agreements with new renewables that otherwise wouldn't be there?
Certainly. Look, from the outset, we do take a renewables first approach, and as is evidenced by the investments that these data centres have already made, I think it's been quoted several times, over 70% are offsetting with renewables. And we agree with that, and we agree with the national principles that the federal government is setting out as well. However, it goes to the point of how do we actually get this aligned? The renewable energy sector, and I actually endorse many of the comments that I did hear from the Clean Energy Council, is we've got some challenges with how that market's operating at the moment. Some projects are really struggling to get to financial closure. And so what we see this as actually an opportunity. And if you are too strict about saying, okay, it's 100% renewables now and you've got to build it now, that is just not feasible. However, if you say, look, primarily we want to see renewables first, and there is, I guess, certainty for these projects to go forward, they will be able to then get some of these projects, particularly some of the wind farms that have really struggled to get financial closure, these are the type of projects that they need to get those contracts across the line. So I see this as a real opportunity to, I guess, give the renewables sector more momentum from where it is at the minute, because I think some of those projects are struggling. I also think, though, that there's got to be more coordination around the planning of that, so that timing is aligned, because some of them are not going to be up and running within the timeframes when a data centre wants to start. So, I mean, I just take as an example Ireland. They have really had challenges with their energy demands from data centres, and they have now put in a requirement for 80%, so it's not 100%, which I think is sort of the point that we were trying to make, that if you've got to be realistic here and be pragmatic about what can and can't be done, but they've got a 6-year glide path, which is a recognition of just the practicalities of initiating some of these projects. And I think what, as I said, just go back to the sort of, I guess, our key point is we see this as the opportunity to really kickstart some of the renewables investment that is sort of floundering at the minute in some areas. So we can see that there is a win-win situation here, but we've got to be pragmatic about timing around that. What other energy, like exactly with the sort of, I guess, the entire renewable sector, you still need firming under that. The federal government acknowledges this, that there will have to be a role for gas within that, but we're saying that's at the lower level. The first objective is renewables, battery storage. The technology around that is increasing all the time, and then a level of firming. So you need to have an electricity and energy system that also matches the demand of the sector and what they require for stable energy as well.
Can I just clarify that? So, okay, so you're publicly opposed to mandating 100% renewables requirement for data centres, but at the moment the expected demand and energy consumption associated with data centres will completely blow out our climate targets. We've got legislated emissions reduction targets, so I guess are you advocating that we ignore those targets?
No, not at all. We are very supportive of the targets, particularly the renewables target for 2030 of 82%. We are actually concerned that there are some challenges in hitting that target at the moment because a number of these projects are not getting to financial closure.
Yeah, but there's such huge demand coming in now. I mean, I think if we all look back 5 years ago when we were looking at this and we were thinking about the trajectory towards 100% renewables, no one was thinking about, this massive extra demand coming in from data centres. So if we are to allow that extra demand to come on and to still meet our climate targets, we will need to mandate 100% renewables. So I guess how do you sort of balance those two things or make it make sense when they're opposed to each other? You either have 100% renewables and we can meet our climate targets or we don't.
I think even in the achieving 100% renewables, that target actually does, it's a net zero that we're talking about when we go to what is our renewables overall. And even as we get out to 2050, the national figures show that there will be still a level of gas that will have to sit under that for firming. Now, maybe the technology will completely change and we will get to 100% renewables by then. I don't know, but that's where the modelling is at the moment.
I guess where's the net zero coming from? Because we don't have any other technologies at the moment that work to offset that. So what's the, in reality of where we are at the moment, what's your solution for how we would get to our net zero targets if we're not getting 100% renewables, at least in the energy sphere?
Well, the net zero is a national target around all the emissions from every part of the. You just want to talk about the energy sector because net zero for the country is the entire emissions of the country, not just the energy sector.
Right. I'm asking about so we have climate targets both at a national and at a New South Wales level, that because of the demand from data centres, we already have the New South Wales Department of Climate Change having advised the Minister that we're not going to meet our targets. We have the opportunity here to try and turn that around. If we mandated 100% renewables, genuinely additional renewables for every data centre, then I think people would be less concerned about the energy demand. But the BCA is saying, no, we don't mandate 100%, but also we still believe in the targets. I'm just trying to work out how you make that work.
Yeah, look, I think I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that I think one of the risks that you have at the moment in not hitting your targets is because there are not people here to actually invest in those projects. That's the biggest problem at the moment. And this is why I see the data centres as one of the opportunities where you can get those very long-term offtake agreements which will anchor those projects and enable more renewables to come into the system.
Doesn't that then act in favour of the recommendation that they have 100% renewables then?
but 100% renewables may not always be viable. And that's what I'm saying more broadly. Even within the NEM, there is a recognition that you need some level of firming. So I guess what we're saying is, yes, priority is absolute renewables and batteries. You will
Which
need
are firming. Sorry, when you talk about firming, I'm talking about renewables firming, not gas firming.
Oh, well, with a battery will, at this point, not provide the level of firming that you are going to need for certainty for a data centre for a period of time, because the technology is not there to last as long as would be required.
I think that, I don't think that's true, but we can have we can get the technical people to tell us that. I'm happy to pass back to you.
I was just on the idea of investment coming to Australia, lots of benefits that we have as a nation, some unearned, some earned. How does the investment sector, business, think about the differences between the states? Are you seeing a difference between Victoria and New South Wales, for example, or even Queensland? Or, any of the states? Let's not be restrictive.
Tasmania.
Yeah. I don't know, is hydropower good for data centres? Anyway.
Well, Hodgman actually wanted to make them a digital capital. But anyway,
Indeed.
Didn't happen.
Yes, look, there is no doubt there is competition between the states, as there always is between New South Wales and Victoria. Victoria absolutely is trying to win that race. If I put it like that, they have certainly shortened the planning timeframes for these projects. So at this point, the feedback that I get is Victoria is making it much easier. It is a very attractive place to get that, to invest for these types of projects. Having said that, I would commend what the New South Wales government has done in trying with the Investment Delivery Authority to coordinate some of this. I think that is an important step because, as we say in our submission, it is actually pulling all the different pieces together. There's a great foundation there. We have been critical of the New South Wales planning system, but I think this is a step in the right direction if it can work. And this is where it's not just energy, it's the water, it's the telecommunications connections, it is the land use, making sure they're in the right areas. If this authority can help facilitate that, we're not saying remove the standards and the requirements. It's about coordination together will actually give you much more longer term certainty. And as I said, certainty is key to investment.
Are you seeing any backlash in Victoria from a social licence perspective because of the increased speed of approvals?
Not at this point. Look, there are some minor. There are a few cases for sure. I think because they are largely being built in industrial zones already, or in areas which had been manufacturing. Those businesses have gone, and it's going on to those sites. So they're already being deemed to be industrial sites. So I think that is sort of important. But we're very mindful that having that social license and engaging with the community is very important. I was in the US last week, and there is no doubt the data centres backlash is very strong there, and for good reason. It has cost local communities in increased energy costs, concerns about water supply. But what was really evident to us was how much stronger Australia is in that position going forward, that we have this better foundations. We have a really good connected grid, which they don't have. We have really strong utilities. Some of the utilities and the grid network is very downgraded, and they hadn't actually had any investment in it for a long time. No one wanted to fund it. So what you've actually found is some of the data centres buying up local utilities and actually investing in the grid connections that were much needed. So it's actually turned out to be value. And I think likewise here, these companies are seeking to invest and pay their way and bring their energy to the table, and I think that will actually facilitate and drive down costs for consumers if it's coordinated correctly. I know already Gemini cites a case where it has actually reduced the cost for the local consumers because the data centre is taking on more of their share of their costs. So I do think there is real positive outcomes for general consumers, and I think that will help with the social license that people can understand that. And it's transparent and it's clear.
Thank you.
Did the government members want to ask?
Not at this stage.
I've just got one quick one, if
Please
that's
go
all
ahead.
right. I just wanted to ask you, Ms. Black, about what you're hearing from industry around some of that additional infrastructure that may or may not be required, and in particular, like underwater cables, and whether that is something that business is looking at. We've obviously got constraints in terms of how many we've got here on the eastern seaboard, and whether there is any opportunities there.
Yes, yeah. It's part of that coordination piece about what is the other infrastructure you need. The cables are very much important to that. Also, just the fibre cables, and that goes to where do you locate these so that you are efficiently using that infrastructure. If you are going to pay to build new infrastructure, and how do you also minimise the disruption to the local community if you're only having to do one set of cabling through rather than a whole lot. That is so much better. So yes, that is an important element that needs to be factored into all of the decision making, and that's where having a single, organisation or authority to look through this and consider, okay, how do we put this jigsaw puzzle together so we've got a win-win for everyone? And I guess we come from that perspective that we see this as a huge opportunity, that Australia, if we have these significant data centres here, and I think certainly the lessons from the US was they see Australia as a real opportunity. They said, like, why aren't you doing more of this? You've got so much renewable energy. You've got land. You've got that opportunity. You are a safe place. We had the same message when we were in Japan and Korea earlier in the year as well. They see us as a real opportunity to diversify in where they have data centres as well. And so they just see us as a good place to do business. Our opportunity is to make sure that we do that well, and there are benefits, particularly in, as I said, I think the renewable energy piece. This could actually be the kickstart, the real driver that we need at this point in time.
An earlier witness this morning suggested, I can't remember who it was on the Ausgrid panel, that they were supportive of looking at particular zones. As a way to sort of help to channel some of this investment and opportunity into the right areas where there was that infrastructure, or at least potential and capacity. And is that something you'd support?
I think it's something that has to be looked at, and if there are efficiencies in the infrastructure and you've got underused infrastructure, that would make sense because there'd be efficiencies in that, and it makes commercial sense. But you do have to have that commercial lens over it, because whilst you might have an underutilised grid in one part, it may not have water access, or it doesn't have the cabling. So I think this is where you've got to put it all together and go, okay, well, which area ticks the right boxes? Has it got all of those things? If we're missing one, how could we bring that in? I think that's and I think that's important when there's discussion about how much could maybe go to regional areas as well. It may work in some parts, but it may not in others. So I guess that goes back to sort of the earlier question about, not being too prescriptive around things. Trying to coordinate in a positive way and find solutions. If it's dogmatic and just we must do X, Y, and Z, I think that may not be actually the smartest way to go about it when there could be more efficient ways to and work together and collaborate.
I wanted to ask you about the workforce aspect. Your submission talks about the need to grow by around 8,300 people and reaching approximately 17,900 workers by 2030. Have you done any work to try and understand some of the, say, indirect jobs that data centres could generate, or some of those other industries that could flow from data centres here domestically?
I think that it's a broader piece. I mean, I think that there are the direct high-tech electrical cooling sort of and construction jobs. I think Australia's getting an excellent reputation for the quality, particularly when we're in the US. You know, AirTrunk is seen as one of the best data center providers in the world. And I sort of liken it to the mining, the resources sector, where Australia became the leaders for the quality and the standard that we have. And I think we can become, you know, global leaders in actually setting the standard, the bar for this. So I think there's an industry around that. I think also it's more broader about what does this enable. You think about Silicon Valley, and people just tend to gravitate there because there's an ecosystem. Data centres will create that here as well. Is that, as I said, it's our way to get a seat at the table in where this technology is going. If you've got companies like Anthropic and then your major ones around Microsoft and Google and Amazon investing here, and their key critical infrastructure is here, Australia gets to have that seat at the table, and that builds out, I guess, the opportunities for other industries and technology industries off that.
Do you have a view on where this is going in terms of technological uptick? So we've heard some views that there's this kind of confluence. So you've got data centers, which is all about processing power and storage, which requires a lot of cooling, which means a lot of electricity and water. But the technology is improving in terms of chip manufacturing, which means you're getting smaller and smaller processing units requiring less cooling, and eventually you'll get to a point where the requirement for all this heavy footprint bulk may attenuate because of that. And I just wonder whether or not the Business Council's got a view on whether our real future long term is more in chip manufacturing domestically rather than relying on Taiwan, for example. Because has there been any thoughts on down the track where that's going to end up?
Chip manufacturing is a highly specialised area, and that's why Taiwan has really still captured that market. But you do also have significant manufacturing in places like Korea. And of course the US is trying to also lift its capacity there. That's why Korea is actually interested in the opportunities for data centres in Australia. I think it would be very difficult for Australia to get into that area, to be honest. I think when you look at, and this is an ongoing discussion about what are the things that we should have sovereign capability in. I think that would be a very difficult one. How do we make sure we have access to what we need? Then that is actually having strong relationships with partners and a diversified range of partners as well. But my honest answer is I just don't think we have got the capacity, and other countries are trying to do that.
Why is that though? If we've got a highly educated workforce, we're one of the richest countries in the world, and we haven't got that ambition? Well, I don't understand. Where's that conclusion come from?
It is a very specialised area, and I think if a company wants to set up and do it here, then there's nothing stopping them doing it, and we would support that. But I think there are reasons why it has become centred in particular areas because of the specialisation of that.
If I could just ask, in terms of the points you made about flexibility and not being too rigid and taking those points, but do we need a strategy? Do we need some form of programming New South Wales or understanding to sort of outline this is what our data centre future is going to be, these are the rules that we need around it, and this is what we're going to do to attract investment, or is it just all going to fall in our lap?
Look, I think the most important thing is having alignment about the principles and the guidance for how you're going to look at this sector with the national principles as well. And I think that is critical. And I think that gives a good guide about how would you then, I guess, operationalise what those principles are. Because whilst the national government sets those principles, it's actually at the states where the energy gets done. And so I think it would be useful to have some guidance, but as I said, some flexibility around it so that you can actually look at things in a holistic way and look at all the different elements that come together to make these projects viable. Because at the end of the day, if they're also not commercially viable, they are not going to come to Australia. So I think guidance, some planning, that's also important for the business certainty because they are looking at long-term investment, long-term energy contracts, and they want that certainty as well.
That sounds like a strategy to me.
And I guess to another question, in terms of, you referenced Ireland before and what Ireland's done. Ireland has been referenced before this committee and their regime around data centres. We've also had reference before the committee Singapore and their regime around data centres. I can't recall whether Ireland had a moratorium for a period, but I know Singapore did while they got their settings right. Just interested in terms of what your thoughts are on a moratorium and what that would mean if there was a moratorium that was implemented. And of course, we're only talking about New South Wales here, so where that would go elsewhere. But also in terms of, has there been success in other jurisdictions after they've got their settings right effectively in being able to, and your observations in being able to attract additional data centre investment and perhaps build community support for them as well?
Yeah, look, I think Singapore and Ireland are two very different cases from where Australia is at this point in time. I would not support a moratorium here because I don't think we're in that same place. We have much better foundations, much better systems already about things like requiring, if you are connecting onto the grid, you have to pay for that already. I mean, that's part of the rules here. We have strong planning guidelines. So I think that's not really what is required here. I think it's a little more of the coordination piece and enabling business to get in and support some of those renewable projects to get away. I think this is we're in the catch-22 at the moment, and I think this is, as I said, the ability to get some of those projects away and really give the renewable sector a chance to go forward. I think Singapore does not have energy in the way that we do. Ireland, again, not the vast amount of land that we do. So they're very different situations. I think Singapore has now been able to move forward, but some of that investment has already gone to other countries like Malaysia. So I think they did it for their own reasons, and they're in a different position. I don't think we're there, and I think if we go through this process in a very smart, clever, thoughtful way. And I think our regulators are also part of this because some of the regulation that we have around connections do not enable for some of this coordination to happen. They haven't been designed for this to consider all the different utilities. So I think that's where another element is really important as well to make sure that we get this right.
And Ms. Black, one thing you reflected on earlier as well was with respect to the observations that are made to you internationally about how attractive Australia is as a destination. Now, we've heard through this inquiry, New South Wales, I think in terms of the pipeline, has got like the second highest in the world, which I must say did astound me. What is the, and to Mr. Buttigieg's point about the smart workforce that we have here, what's the opportunity for us in terms of actually investing more in data centres and attracting more data centres and the transition of our workforce and our economy into the future?
I think it sends a really clear message to the rest of the world that we support the digital transformation that is going on. And I appreciate that some may find that concerning, and I think those concerns need to be addressed, but this is where we are going. It's a bit like when electricity was developed. Are we going to have some of that or we're not? We are. And I think this is where we are heading. It's how do we do it in a sensible, measured way? And I think this is where we have a huge opportunity, and those countries are looking at Australia going, you have got all the things that we wish we had, and that you therefore become a leader. Australia becomes that sort of global standard in how we do this, and then how do we leverage that? Because if you've got that technology here, you do create, you attract all that other investment, you attract the people who want to use those tools to develop the next big thing.
Unfortunately, I think we are out of time, unless there's any final note. Excellent. Thank you so much for making yourself available today. I'm sure there will be supplementary questions, and to the extent there were any questions taken on notice, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that concludes our time with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks heaps.
Great. Good morning. Minister, I remind you, you don't need to be sworn by virtue of your office, but if I could ask our other witness to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you. Ashraf El-Shabini, I'm the Executive Director of Water Operations and Resilience at the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fabulous, thank you. And did you want either of you to make a short opening statement?
No, Chair, we're okay.
Excellent. Okay, I'll just start with, I think, just a couple and then I'll throw over to others. I guess, Minister, the obvious one is when we spoke at budget estimates a little while ago, there was a suggestion that government would be making a submission to the inquiry, and that's now not happened. Could you, I guess, put on the record why that is the case?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a view that the data centre consultation paper that the government released during the time period in which the committee was calling for consultations adequately represented the government's position on where our view on the data centre opportunities and threats and challenges was. And so our view was that the consultation paper adequately covered that off and represented our position at this stage.
And given that it is a consultation paper, do you think it presents a position as such?
Well, no, in a way, but that is because the framework that we might adopt to approach the emergence of data centres in New South Wales is not finalised. And so in a way, you know, we're not in a position to write, this is our submission, this is our final position, this is our firm policy at the moment. That's not where we're up to. We're being honest about that. That's why we're doing the consultation paper. In a way, you know, we welcome the opportunity to consider the findings and recommendations of this parliamentary inquiry as well. I think, as I've sort of tried to reflect before, in a way it would be a shame if we had finalised all of those elements prior to the parliamentary inquiry commencing or its report, because then the opportunity would be lost to be informed by that work. So yes, two things are happening concurrently here.
Okay. I guess from our position it would have been useful just to have had some data, even if the submission had said, please find attached our consultation paper. We haven't made up our mind on these things, we're consulting, but here's the number of connection requests and the expected growth in demand and some of those kind of issues that only government has the capacity to tell us, I guess, would have been very useful. But putting that to one side, I guess I'm very keen to understand, firstly, on the water side of things, because I think in most people's heads at the moment there is the energy and sort of climate impacts, and then there is this very live issue about water connections and how that will impact particularly in the Sydney water basin. Are you able to tell the committee any sort of insights into the work you're doing on that? Has there been any, I'm particularly interested in whether there's been any sort of cross-jurisdictional work being done where different water ministers maybe in the different jurisdictions are sharing insights, and how are we sort of working to try and solve the puzzle, I guess? Yeah,
there has been engagement in the Water Ministerial Council. It was on the agenda at the last Water Minco meeting, and in fact the Commonwealth's framework or principles paper was tabled then in draft form, and we were able to provide feedback on it, which we did. I'm happy to, whilst I don't necessarily want to go through the entrails of everything that's discussed as a ministerial council meeting, I am happy to say one of the things that I really pushed was I didn't feel as though the original language was strong enough on the principle of existing customers not bearing the cost. And so that's an example of where we have pushed to ensure that, that was a core principle in the national framework. Subsequent to that, I certainly know that both through the utilities side, so through Sydney Water, and through the policy side, the DQ Water Group, we have been engaging with other jurisdictions. Many of them are in a similar position to us, still in the consultation phase. I think Victoria's come out a little bit further ahead, with some firmer framework. Again, we're very engaged with them. Look, I do want to be clear. Our view, the New South Wales Government's view, is that we are a premium location, a premium destination. So, we're interested in what the other states are doing, but there is an element of we're not going to be lowering our standards. If other states who maybe don't have some of the competitive advantages that we do, being the biggest, having the kind of capital of Sydney, if they want to try and make themselves more attractive by lowering their standards, that's not necessarily an approach that we want to take. We are engaged with them though. And just more broadly, Ms. Boyd, I'd say, in terms of the things that we have been doing, from the water group side, the water side, we have been pushing those key principles to inform part of our approach going forward. Existing customers don't bear the cost. This is going to be expensive at times and in parts, and it is not fair that existing water customers pay for private industry growth. So that is a core principle. Preference for recycled water. It's not new information that the potential demand is significant. We are anxious about that. We don't want to put Sydney or our regional towns under pressure for water security. So a preference for recycled water, again, a core principle that we would have. Clear data and information and reporting from data centre proponents and users. Often it's can be challenging for us to get the kind of information that we want. We want to make sure that we're really clear upfront about our expectations on that. And one of the last ones, although there's other things, is what to do about extreme events, mainly drought. So drought preparedness we want to make sure that we're not just planning for the average years, we're planning for the extreme years. And so those, in terms of your question about what have been the general principles that have guided our engagement so far, that has been it. You can see some of those reflected in the consultation paper, those principles, and we've been working behind the scenes. And when I mean we, that's DQ Water Group and Sydney Water mainly, on fleshing out what that might look like as the regulatory approach is finalised.
Thank you. That's all really incredibly useful information. The Water Services Association Australia, who we had in last week, I think, was pretty critical of the consultation paper, and I'm sure they'll be feeding in separately anyway. But they stated that the consultation paper mentions sustainable water use but doesn't yet propose any actual measures. And I understand that there's currently no data centre using recycled water. So I guess there's significant concern that we're already approving data centres without the appropriate protections in place. Is there anything you think that can be done to sort of, go back and fix those things after the event? If we do end up with a set of really good principles around the sustainable use of water, is there a way to sort of back solve for that with the ones that have already been?
I'm not sure in terms of whether their planning approvals or other approvals provide an opportunity for us to revisit those questions. I'd have to check that. I would say I'm aware of some of the things that WASA has raised. I did a specific, roundtable or dialogue or meeting with the New South Wales branch of the Australian Water Association about some of these issues as well. Very engaged with wanting to make sure that feedback and that dialogue is there. So I am familiar with those concerns. I do want to reassure them and the committee that we are coming in at the pretty early stages here. Now, I accept that there are some data centres that have been approved and are operating, but really we are at the very early stages of the growth of the potential impact of this emerging industry. I think, Ash, you will correct me if I am wrong, but currently approved and operating data centres, we're at less than 1%
Correct.
of water demand. So it's pretty small, it's pretty limited. Not to say that we don't recognise that the growth potential is there, but to your question about have we already missed the boat, or is there this large group of data centres that are out there operating? There are a small number, but the growth is really into the future, and that's why this work is happening now.
That's really useful. I'm just going to ask one more on water, picking up on something you said about drought, and then I'll hand over to my colleagues. I think, you talk about, we're sort of at the beginning, and I think part of the issue that people in the community have had is that data centre development is just sort of suddenly appeared for a lot of people. And, you're right, we've had for years different little data centres around the place, and they have been there. But now we're seeing these hyperscale, and more people are experiencing a proposal on their street or whatever it happens to be. And so I think it's collectively coming into our consciousness. And part of the reason for having this inquiry was for us to sort of better educate ourselves and the public and the media about exactly what was going on. And one of the issues that I've been grappling with in this inquiry is working out what is critical and what isn't, and how that then plays into how we manage resources. So if we have a bunch of data centres and we don't know which ones are necessarily critical in terms of housing government data or health data or banking data or whatever, and are just sort of hosting cat videos. Ideally, if you knew which ones were which, you could say, well, in a drought, you can turn your cat videos off, but we need these ones. Do you think there needs to be built into the framework some sort of criticality element to enable then, from a water resources and even energy resources perspective, the ability for government to react in a better way?
I think you have well articulated one of the challenges there, and that goes to the point that I made about data centres sharing data or sharing information, because I completely agree with you. To the extent that this is a real opportunity for our state to lean into, future economic development and productivity, I'm for that. I don't think you can have your head in the sand in terms of the immense opportunity that these kind of technologies present our economy. I am for that. And to the extent that that is underpinning, as you say, critical civil aviation, health, those things that, keep our planes in the sky or keep our hospitals running, they are things that we cannot turn off without massive economic impacts. But to the extent that it's ChatGTP or character AI, clearly it's less critical. So yes, as part of our drought planning framework, it is about having a system where you are able to determine what is indeed critical and what is not. And look, obviously proponents are somewhat protective of that information at times. They would argue perhaps rightfully that it's commercially sensitive and those sorts of things. But my view would be not too dissimilar to yours, which is to the extent that we have drought planning frameworks in place, part of that is saying, well, at this point, we do need a more robust engagement on what it is that this piece of infrastructure is sitting behind, and is that critical or not? And look, difficult decisions have to be made in droughts at an individual level, by government, by industry. This is going to have to be one of them, and we just have to get in early to have clear and agreed framework for how to make those decisions. I would just say briefly as well, I think it is important to emphasise your point about the lumpy nature of data centre growth is a very valid one too. This is a struggle for us in terms of the way that we do the financing. Most of the financing models that we have through Sydney Water sort of assume gradual or somewhat linear growth, household growth, industry growth, the growth of our city. Whereas this is not that. It is suddenly emerging as a very large demand centre. And so the lumpy nature of that is distinct to data centres and does present challenges in terms of how our traditional models of growth are not well suited to it. And then, that's why this piece of work is happening, and we're trying to lean into accepting that it's not, our business as usual models don't really work in this circumstance.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister, for your attendance here today. Before the inquiry, we've heard evidence from several witnesses, at least have repeated the statistic that if all data centres were to be developed, that we'd have 25% of Sydney's drinking water to be used. Is that similar to what the government is modelling as well, or is it nowhere near there?
Well, that is obviously Sydney Water modelling, so I'm familiar with it. I also know that there are some people who think that that is not accurate or have concerns about it, and all I would say is I meet with Sydney Water regularly. I know that they're engaged with people who want to test that modelling, want to challenge that modelling, have different views on it. I do rely on them to provide me information about what pipeline they're seeing. I mean, I have to. They're the water utility. They're the ones that have to plan for the connections and the, yield data. I have confidence in them. I think that the information that they provide is sound and is well developed, and that to the extent that people have questioned some of those figures, that Sydney Water is engaged with that, is talking to those people, is working through a shared understanding of what that would look like.
Now, some of the submissions that we've received in terms of addressing that, one was from Data Centres Australia, who suggested the use of purified recycled water, but complained that effectively that wasn't being made available by Sydney Water. Does the government have any proposals to start using purified recycled water, particularly for data centres or industrial clients?
Well, I mean, yes, and I'd say this is an example of where there are opportunities in data centre growth, because actually it's true to say that the take-up of recycled water for industrial and environmental purposes has been sclerotic. And, that's had been a missed opportunity for our state. There are a number of industrial and environmental uses for which recycled water could be used, taking pressure off the drinking water, potable water demand. But unfortunately, in a way, that hasn't been something that has really been a focus. So a good opportunity in a way with the data centre growth to really lean into that. The problem is that costs money. You know, that infrastructure is not cheap. That recycled water infrastructure, both on the plant side, the treatment side, the connection side, that's all money. This goes back to the point about, well, who pays for that? Who funds that? So if your question is the government going to fund the development and construction and rollout of a massive recycled water program for industrial customers like data centres? No, we're not. We're not going to pay for that, because that's Sydney Water customers cross-subsidising this industrial use. And we could not be clearer that that is inconsistent with the framework that we have adopted. The good news is that the proponents themselves are actually interested in and acknowledge that this is a cost that they will have to include as part of their planning. And so I do think we have an opportunity to invest in and deliver more recycled water for industrial purposes here. But we're going to need a framework in which the developers, the proponents, fund that. And that is an open conversation, and they recognise that that's part of what they're going to have to do if they want to be part of our market.
And Minister, to that point, in terms of that framework and that discussion, what are your milestones in terms of being able to develop either some sort of private market sounding or some form of memorandum of understanding with Sydney Water and those developers to be able to bring online new purified recycled water facilities? Yeah,
I mean, so I think, well, there's two key things that need to happen, and, you know, I would say, you know, the timeframes sort of align over the next 6 months, align with the committee's reporting timetable. I don't have firm dates available. The Cabinet needs to consider the feedback on the consultation paper and translate that into some kind of policy framework. That's the purpose of the consultation paper, is to inform the finalisation of a policy framework which speaks, you know, in more specific detail to the questions that you're raising. Those are the consultation paper, high-level principles, needs to become a firmer policy roadmap. So that is a key milestone that is to happen over the next few months. The other critical piece of work is sort of alongside that. Sydney Water needs to grapple with and finalise this question of financing models that I've mentioned is unresolved, because the traditional developer contributions program that Sydney Water has to support housing and other growth of that nature, infrastructure growth of that nature, is not well suited to this particular challenge. And so Sydney Water recognise that and are engaged in what a different model to support industry contribution to water infrastructure would look like for data centres.
The other suggestion we've had before the committee has come from the Sydney Desalination Plant, that have said that they could double their capacity to be able to increase supply for data centres and generally for additional supply in Sydney. Is that something that you're entertaining?
Well, I mean, absolutely everything's on the table. I've met with the Sydney Desalination Plant as well. I am well aware of the fact that I visited it. I'm well aware of the fact you could double its capacity. I mean, literally, like, sort of concrete pads are right there. It's an obvious opportunity. Again, that costs money. It's, you know, billions of dollars to double the size of the desal. It's currently operating permanently.
And energy as well.
That's right. I mean, Sydney, the current operation of the Sydney desal, as I'm sure you're aware, is energy offset. Yep. So I think it's when you drive down to Canberra, those the wind turbines that you see there, offsetting the energy of the Sydney Desalination Plant. But, you know, it'd be $1 billion project, $1 billion plus, you know, something. It's with a B, isn't it, Ash? Yeah. And so someone has to pay for that. Now, that could lift the rainfall independent water yield in Sydney from 15 to 30%. Not insignificant. I do entertain the idea that that is something that, you know, Sydney might consider into the future. Of course you do. The planning was done in the original proposal. But when things cost that kind of money, it's an obvious question of who's going to pay for it and who gets the benefit of that. And so that would be an example of what we need to work through. If that money's existing Sydney Water customers going to fund that, is it really being done for their benefit? If so, that's worth one pathway, but if it's being done for the benefit of private industry, not that that's necessarily a bad thing. We do want private industry here in New South Wales, but that does change the consideration of the funding models. And so that's the type of thing that I was referring to when, we're talking about how we consider the financing of these kind of big water infrastructure projects.
So on that, Minister, are you actually considering the financing models on those projects?
Well, Sydney Water is working through what alternative or different or updated financing models it might adopt to ensure that data centres are able to access water, but that it is not paid for by existing customers.
So what's happening at the moment with approvals for data centres?
They're going through planning, and obviously as part of that, like any proposal, industrial proposal, they have to provide information about their water demand, energy, those sorts of things.
So are any agreements being made at the moment that sit outside of the traditional agreement between Sydney Water and other private connections?
I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to ask Sydney Water. I can take it on notice. But I think
Mr. Al-Shabini was nodding.
Do you know if Sydney Water have finalised any of those, or
So
I'd have to ask them for the detail. I don't know it.
So, I can provide some comments on that. So generally, the ones that have gone through, as the Minister was referring to, there's a infrastructure contribution charge that applies in a local area where it's being developed. On top of that, there's an additional charge of any connection to the pipeline that data centre needs. As per the Minister's comments, what Sydney Water is working on at the moment is a model that reflects the fact that data centres require a different scale of water demand. They require a different level of reliability and a different quality. And in order to meet that, the pricing model has to change. So yes, Sydney Water has taken some steps towards identifying what that looks like. It's through a process that is called the Developer Funding Agreement, Planning Agreement process, where so Sydney Water receives a high number of inquiries, up to 90 inquiries just in the last 12 months for data centres. The next step is to work through that in some level of detail to actually identify how valid they are, what their specific needs are, and how much it's going to cost to satisfy that need. So that goes to answering your question. So there's been 7 of those agreements entered into between Sydney Water and data centre proponents. And what that agreement is allows Sydney Water to get more granular information about that data centre's water demand and their needs, and then develop what the infrastructure solution is for that data centre, and therefore the cost.
So is that essentially a first in, best dressed situation? I mean, without an overarching strategy or plan, how does Sydney Water determine future need and the prioritisation of approvals?
You'll have to ask Sydney Water that. I understand you could...
Have you asked Sydney Water that, Minister?
Well, I mean, yeah, we're very engaged with Sydney Water, but I'm not going to provide... Sydney Water were witnesses here. You can put questions on...
But you're the Minister responsible for water, and Sydney Water report to you. So
I don't have detailed information about how they are triaging the 90 applications that they have. I don't have that on me. So if you want detailed information about how they are triaging and managing applications, you can ask them.
Does it concern you that there is no data centre strategy that will be provided?
Obviously it does, which is why we're developing one.
So you are developing a strategy, is that correct? Because we heard evidence from Simon Draper last week that there would be no data centre strategy.
Well, I mean, the entire purpose of the consultation paper is to finalise a policy framework for data centres. Now, I don't know whether you want to call that a strategy, a policy framework, a roadmap.
He was pretty clear. He said there will be no data centre strategy and that there would be general guidelines proposed for data centre proponents.
Well, I would argue that guidelines for data centres represent a data centre strategy. I honestly, I feel like this is a semantic debate. The reason that we're doing the consultation paper...
There's a difference, but Minister, there's a difference between guidelines for data centres to comply with or generally agree with or whatever, have a prioritisation level according to those guidelines, and a strategy that looks at different statewide precincts, for example, suggests areas that might be more effective for connection to electricity and water. I mean, they're pretty different concepts.
I don't really accept that they are.
Okay. On the 25% of Sydney Water's water being used for data centres, is that the figure that you are using when you're thinking about planning for guidelines to give to data centre proponents?
Well, all of the different modelling is being considered as part of that, yes. Absolutely.
Okay, so you're not relying on Sydney Water's modelling?
Well, I mean, yes, we are relying on Sydney Water's modelling, but we also recognise that other people have raised questions about it, and their questions and feedback is being considered as well.
Okay,
That's
so
what the consultation paper is intended to draw out.
Right, so IPART has dismissed 25%. So I'm just trying to understand how you're making decisions about what happens with data centre operators as they're coming through the pipeline at the moment, and how you're going to... I mean, is the government going to come up with its own number separate to Sydney Water? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I mean, I don't anticipate that we will. We will consider Sydney Water's feedback, but as I indicated, they are engaged as the water utility with considering the information that has been provided about whether or not that is a reliable figure or not. That's something that they are working on.
So you're anticipating that figure will change, I presume?
I'm not anticipating anything. I am open to the feedback that is received on the consultation paper.
When was the first time that you were asked about data centres as a consideration of future policy making? And when did data centres first come across your desk as something that you needed to be thinking about in more than a one-off approval process?
I am obviously unable to recall that off the top of my head.
Are we talking like last year or 2 years ago or 3 years ago?
Some time ago, some years ago. I honestly don't recall. I just have to indicate that I'm here till 12. I have a ministerial council meeting for building, planning and housing at 12. So I will take on notice. I will take on notice when the issue was first raised with me. I cannot recall when it is. And I apologise that I have to go, but...
I apologise, Minister, for not realising that we had got to 12.
No, that's okay. It's all right.
Thank you so much, and we really do appreciate you being here. Those questions that were taken on notice and also supplementary questions that will be forthcoming will be spoken to about by the Committee Secretariat, but that concludes our time with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, I now welcome our next witness. If I could please ask you to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Yeah, my name is Sue Kay and I'm the Director of the NSW AI Institute. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to commence with a short opening statement?
Yes, thanks.
Please do.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. Let me start with how data centre investment intersects with our ability to conduct scientific research. Every researcher is now a GPU user. AI is becoming foundational across all scientific disciplines. Researchers who cannot access compute in the form of GPUs cannot compete internationally. UNSW and the University of Sydney are both global top 20 universities, and keeping this rank requires attracting and retaining world-class researchers, and that means giving them access to world-class research infrastructure. Without secure, affordable, long-term access to GPUs, New South Wales will lose talent, lose research investment, and lose commercialisation opportunities to jurisdictions that do provide access to compute. And that compute and its scientific and economic benefits is controlled by the tenants of the data centres, not usually the data centre operators, who are the ones who are obtaining planning approvals. The tenants, hyperscalers, neo-cloud providers, enterprise customers, are the ones who control the compute. They decide the use case, the workload, the data governance arrangements, the type of backup power systems and cooling suitable for the architecture of their systems. The conditions New South Wales places on data centre operators have limited impact on the tenants. In Ireland, tenants of data centres are required to enter demand flexibility agreements as a condition of grid connection. Some US county level agreements require operators to flow conditions down to tenants through their lease agreements. In the absence of public investment into the GPU infrastructure we need to build AI capability and to support scientific research, we could require data centre tenants to give access to GPUs on favourable terms to ensure that value and benefits remain onshore and balance the profits that will be taken offshore. And the value of this contribution to uplifting New South Wales AI capability and economy can be measured by requiring reporting on things such as GPU hours delivered to public interest users, Australian AI jobs created, data sets activated safely, and local supply chain spend. New South Wales has a genuine opportunity to build on its leading digital infrastructure. Data centre investment is coming to Australia, and the opportunity is to shape that investment to deliver lasting public value. And I'd like to invite the committee to visit the UNSW AI Institute if you'd like to see some of the research that we're conducting that's reliant on access to large clusters of GPUs and the value that this unlocks.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to ask one question, I think, and then I'll throw over to my colleagues. And it's a little bit nebulous, but bear with me. One of the issues that I see in this space is a sort of an abundance mentality. And I think we've had this discussion in other with other witnesses at different points in this hearing, in this inquiry. But all the time that I guess proponents of data centres see this kind of unlimited water, unlimited energy, we can just grow. We are doing ourselves a disservice in terms of incentivising efficiencies. I guess how do we do that in a way where we are still attracting good quality data centre proponents, but doing it in a way where we're not hindering the advancements of technologies behind the scene that would hugely improve and make, I guess, their processes far more efficient?
I'll talk about that from two aspects. One is that from a research organisation perspective, there's not access to that, the abundant compute that's being built, and I think that is sometimes a misconception that just because there is a high level of data centre investment and that there is AI infrastructure being built, that somehow that's accessible to Australians, because it's not unless we pay for it. And the other thing that I would say is that this is quite an opportunity for Australia, because if there is anything that we are good at in the artificial intelligence space, it is building artificial intelligence for resource-constrained environments. And this is exemplified by us leading the world in remote operations in mining, for example, us being the first country in the world to automate our ports. All of these things, we've had to specialise in technologies where they often have to operate in very remote conditions, where they have no access to power, where they have no access often to communications, and where they often have to operate in extreme environments of heat and so they're quite robust and reliable. So I think that's actually an area where we could make a significant contribution. But at the moment, to actually be developing a lot of the AI models that would unlock value from many of our public data sets requires access to GPU clusters. And at the moment, there will be these GPU clusters built in Australia, but with no public investment to either buy the infrastructure itself or buy access to the infrastructure.
Thank you. Just one more and then I will pass over. Another issue that's been perplexing me is how much sovereign capability we require and what we mean by sovereign capability. I think instinctively when I think about having sovereign capability, it's taken to the extreme. If we were in a war scenario and we needed to continue to operate all of the critical things our society relies on, that we would be able to continue to do so because we would have the control over where that was housed. But then I also know that a lot of this data doesn't live in any particular place. It lives all over the place, but also that we don't necessarily know which each of these data centres are, what they're housing, and how much of that information is flowing into different countries anyway. And other people sort of talk about sovereign capability as being something in terms of what we can then sort of export or how we can, So I guess my question is, what is sovereign capability from your perspective, and how much of that actually matters?
So, I think the term sovereign means different things to different people. From the federal government perspective, it seems to mean anything that we can get our hands on in Australia. From my perspective, it is something that we own and control, and that we're getting the profits from. And in terms of where we can compete, I don't think anyone is suggesting that we should be manufacturing our own chips, but fortunately some other countries are now, like the UK, are looking to do that. So hopefully we will be able to access more vendors to be able to buy chips in the future. However, in all of the other layers of the AI stack, I think we can and should compete. Australia, up to date, has been relatively neutral in being able to retain our AI talent. But as I said, if we don't give them access to the infrastructure, that is likely to change. But while we have that AI talent, we have the capability to be building our own AI models. Now, I'm not suggesting that we build a frontier model that would be competing with Anthropic or OpenAI, but the direction that AI is heading is that we are now starting to see more value out of domain-specific AI models. And many of those are well beyond large language models. They're multimodal models, so they would be able to model from sensor data, so include all sorts of different data like temperature, moisture, all sorts of different types of data that we would be able to interrogate to develop solutions. So another good example of that would be in the healthcare space, where researchers are actively using data to be able to develop models so that we can design precision medicine and look for new drugs. So use it for drug discovery. So there are a whole range of opportunities that open up if we turn our minds to how we can be developing our own AI models. But unfortunately, compared to peer nations, what we're not seeing is public investment in the infrastructure to build those models, as well as public investment to free up researcher time to develop those models. So other countries like Norway have schemes where it actually funds the development of AI models for research purposes. And at the moment, this is just something that researchers in Australia have to cobble together either in their own time or as part of other research grants. There's no overall plan for what are our valuable data sets that we need to be processing onshore and keeping closed from other countries, and how we would go about building our own AI models. And to your point about sovereignty, Probably people may have mentioned the US Cloud Act and how just because we have data housed on shore, if it is with a US tech company, then that doesn't necessarily mean that other countries might not access that. But there is a solution to that, and that is that we have alternatives to the hyperscalers. We have Australian-owned neo-cloud providers, so we could be making a choice, a deliberate choice about where we are building our models, and certainly in the application layer we already have a lot of activity, and increasingly UNSW is the university that produces the most startups, and increasingly they are all AI startups in some form.
That's an excellent answer, thank you.
Can I just follow up on... Yeah. So just conceptually on this idea of your point about we need stimulating research in developing AI models, why is that necessarily a function of the degree to which we develop data centres, for example? Because in an interconnected world, theoretically, you can just grab data inputs from anywhere, right? Because everything's just like the international banking system is interconnected. So I just want to get a feel for why it's so critical to have stuff domiciled here.
Well, we can't exchange our health data anywhere. I mean, there are regulations around how that data is stored and treated. So it's actually not possible for it to just be part of an interconnected network. It would always have to reside in Australia and undergo quite rigorous scrutiny before it is opened up for use and for use in a model. So sorry, just going back to your question about the interconnectedness. I guess the challenge is that at the moment, for New South Wales Health, for example, where would they get access to GPU clusters to be able to build their own AI models?
Okay, so does that then presuppose that eventually we're going to have to end up with these islands of data centres and processing capacity within nation states?
No. I think you need to have some sort of interoperability and ability to be able to make things portable between locations. I'll just give you an example of how this works at UNSW. So we have researchers who just have their own GPUs. We have our own supercomputing facility, Katana, which is located on site, and we also contribute to one of the nation's 2 supercomputing facilities, the NCI, National Computing Infrastructure in Canberra, and we run a lot of workloads. We have 3 times more the demand for those facilities than we can meet. And our demand signals are suppressed because in some cases our researchers will go overseas or work with international collaborators to get access to the GPU clusters that they need to get access to. But fundamentally they're not able to do that in an area like health because they can't transport that data. What we are looking to do in collaboration with University of Sydney is that we're also looking to invest in what we call GPU as a service, where we work with a local Australian neo-cloud provider who will maintain and have the most up-to-date GPU infrastructure, and we pay to access that infrastructure rather than paying to own the infrastructure ourselves. So I think it's going to be a hybrid model.
Depending on whether or not the data is required to be sovereign, like in the health space, or not.
No, that particular model, because it's an Australian neo-cloud provider and it's all on site in Australia, that would meet the requirements for even sensitive workloads.
And can I ask you, do you have any sense of what's happening with the technology? This has been a theme of the evidence today in terms of microprocessing and the ability for throughput and microprocessing to get smaller and smaller and require less and less cooling and energy, and where that's going in terms of chip manufacturing and what opportunities there might be for Australian manufacturing in that area? So rather than just building AI models and doing all the kind of the front end stuff, the back end supply, does the university have any insights into where that's going?
Well, probably the New South Wales Semiconductor Bureau would be best placed to answer that, but my understanding is that we are looking at building some of our own chips with niche capabilities here in Australia. But unless we're prepared to invest in a fab, which would cost, I think, to the tune of $100 billion, it's unlikely.
100?
I think it's about $100 billion, but I'd probably have to take that question on notice to get full figures. Then we're not going to be having creating semiconductors at scale that would be adequate to be able to build our own GPU, if that makes sense.
Can I just ask a question, Chair, just to follow on from Mark's? Dr. Kay, earlier in the inquiry we had, I can't remember his name, an academic from Sydney University that was here. He mentioned some of the work that UNSW is doing around digital twinning.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, it's not sort of mentioned much in your submission, which is very excellent, by the way, but what are the opportunities for that sort of work and partnering with government in terms of trying to realise some of the opportunities? I live in the Hunter Valley, so it's a keen interest for me to understand how our part of the world can be a player in this.
There's enormous opportunities. It's a bit hard to know where to start. I mean, you can have digital twins of just about anything, including the human body, and we potentially in the future we'll have our own digital twins that we can use to help discover medical treatments that are best suited for us as individuals. So there's a number of different ways that could be applied. In an area like the Hunter Valley, I think one of the challenges is around how to ensure that a lot of our industries are making sure that they are actually getting the value out of the data that they already own and are able to leverage that to their own benefit rather than to the benefit of the companies who, for example, on a farm, the agronomy company that comes in and would do a drone survey and then collect all the data and then take that and make additional value from that data without any of the benefits going back to the landholder, who you would argue the data actually belongs to. It depends on the company. There are a lot of different arrangements now, but I think that there is a lot more value in our data, and this is not something that maybe the inquiry is getting into, but a lot of the challenges against Australian copyright regulations, for example, I think indicate that other people recognise the value of the data that we have in Australia, and at the moment we're not really recognising the value of our data as individuals, but also for many of our companies, the data that they hold as well, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. We had the Writers Guild in an earlier session, and that certainly came up as a theme. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Monroe.
Thank you so much for appearing today. Really helpful submissions. And in your opening statement, you spoke about tenants. And that's something that we haven't really explored during this inquiry so far, but I think is a really interesting part of this idea of like a data supply chain in a way. And I'm just wondering, you mentioned Ireland. Are those requirements for data tenants or tenants of data centres standard across the country for Ireland?
I'd have to take the question on notice. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you familiar with how data centre operators and tenants work together in that environment, or is it that tenants directly deal with their requirements under law through government rather than interacting with data centre operators?
I think the negotiation is directly between the electricity companies or the grid operators and the tenants, as opposed to the data centre operators, because in many cases the data centre operators have no control over what workloads their tenants are putting onto that computing infrastructure. So it's very hard for them to be able to guarantee that there's going to be continuous load, because it really depends on what the tenant is putting to that infrastructure, what sort of work.
Okay. I have some more questions, but
my
my other question was around, international agreements like Horizon Europe and what kind of opportunity they offer us. I mean, I think before you suggested that we're basically missing out on research discoveries because we don't have enough compute power in Australia, or at least sovereign compute power. What opportunities do agreements like Horizon Europe offer to us?
Yeah, it's going to open up a lot of agreements, a lot of opportunities if we're able to access some of that funding. We already do have a relationship, I believe, that gives us some ability to access EuroHP, but it's on a competitive basis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And in terms of using, tenancies as a way to encourage GPU use for research and science and technology, how would you suggest that we put that into a framework?
So that would be, and I'm not sure whether this is a state or federal government thing, but when considering the pros and cons of foreign direct investment, at that point I think that's the conversation that needs to be had about how there can be, and I mean this is in line with the federal government's expectations of data centres and AI infrastructure suppliers.
Through SOCI or?
I don't think they proposed a mechanism in that recommendation, but they did suggest that there should be, I can't remember the terminology, but something along the lines of discounted rates for researchers, startups and SMEs to get access to computing capacity, but silent on the mechanism by which you would do that. And so I did look I did have a quick search to see what other jurisdictions do, and I think the challenge for Australia is that in other jurisdictions it's public-private partnership and there is a level of public investment. If you're trying to do this with zero public investment, then you do have to find mechanisms that would require or incentivise the private providers to give discount access. Now that could be through anchor tenancies, offtake agreements, there's probably a variety of mechanisms that could be used, but I think the key distinction is that it has to be nuanced, that it's not the data centre operator in most cases. There are some, I don't know whether this is the right term, vertically integrated data centre operators who also own the compute that's in their data centre, but that's increasingly unusual. The data centre operators tend to just be providing facilities for their tenants, and it's the tenants who control the compute, and importantly are the ones getting most of the economic benefit of this whole AI boom.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. So basically it's unusual to find governments at this point in time, or kind of equivalent comparable governments, not making public investment into data centre infrastructure.
That's correct. In such a way that it would free up that capacity for research and startups.
Yep. Thank you.
If I could just follow on from that question as well. we sort of are in this prism where data centres are somehow new, and this is sort of something that's caught us unaware. We didn't see sort of the rise of data centres. Is that a fair characterisation in the Australian market, or is this fairly mature?
Yes, I guess there's data centres and data centres. The new version of data centres are going to have GPU clusters, which would not have been at all common in the past. So it's quite a different architecture and quite different requirements, particularly from an energy perspective, because AI inference and AI training are what is absorbing a lot of the energy and then requiring the cooling. So that level of compute demand was not there previously.
But then if you go to the Singaporean example or the Irish example, in terms of their arrangements, obviously this was causing at least policymakers in those countries to turn their mind to this issue some time ago. Was that because there was an exponential demand or growth that occurred in those countries that wasn't seen here at that stage, or
I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer to that, but the observation I would make is that many of our peer nations, like Canada, have had national AI strategies since 2017, and so have been thinking about this for at least 8 years. And we still don't have an AI strategy here in Australia. We have an AI plan, but when you articulate...
And to that point, is there a distinction between the plan and the strategy? I think
yes.
you were here in the evidence of the minister before that said effectively, well, it doesn't matter if it's a strategy or if it's a framework or if it's a plan.
Or if it's guidelines.
Or if it's guidelines.
Okay.
Do you think there is a difference?
Yeah, well, and I can tell you why, and that's because in a strategy you are articulating what your ambition is and where you want to be in the future, and then you're setting up a plan of how you would get there. And a good example of this would be South Korea, who I think their strategy was put together in either 2017 or 2018, and they put forward the proposition that they wanted to be the number 3 AI country in the world. Now, that's a very bold ambition because number 1 and 2 are US and China.
Yep.
Now, South Korea has a population of 51 million, but it has a smaller GDP than Australia. To that end, in their strategy, they actually went department by department in their government and articulated what were the actions that would need to happen in each of the government departments to help to achieve that strategy, and they've backed it up with investment. So just recently, South Korea announced the equivalent of 112 billion Australian dollars worth of investment into AI. Their government has secured 25,000 GPUs through NVIDIA, and that is just to encourage industry to purchase another 225,000 GPUs for South Korea, because they see it as critical to their economic survival and for industry. So they are investing accordingly. They've also invested in a program for 10,000 to encourage 10,000 AI startups. Yeah, other countries are just treating this quite differently and have been thinking about it for a long time, and I have no real insight into why that has not happened here in Australia.
Thank you. Now, just around some of the points around planning that you raised in your submission as well, and the clustering concern that exists, and I think you noted that you'd need a precinct-scale master planning to be in place rather than looking at just individual site-specific plans. Do you want to just expand on why that's important and what the benefits will be, and potentially, if we weren't to take that approach, what the detriments could be?
I'm probably not the right person to answer that question, but certainly we could get one of the other authors to come back to you with that.
And can I just make the distinction? I know that the submission by the UNSW Institute for Industrial Decarbonisation was hyperlinked against your name, but note the distinction between the UNSW AI Institute and the Institute for Industrial Decarbonisation, just for the record.
Well, my apologies in terms of
my
references to the UNSW AI Institute submission. But
mine too.
I might further, and thank you for that point of clarification, Jackie. It's most helpful, and will probably take away all the other questions that I may have had. But I will ask you this one that I did have from that submission, but I think you have provided some insight to it as well in your answer to Mr. Buttigieg before. Back to the point of $100 billion for a fab, and as we've seen, Taiwan is the leader when it comes to semiconductor development, and even and look, by disclosure, Jackie and I both have visited a foundry, and even between foundries in Taiwan, there is a huge difference. But just what do you think are some of the areas where we potentially could have Australian domestic manufacturing capability that could go into the data centre process? Now, on that AI submission, I think there was, or Centre for New South Wales, UNSW AI Institute, there was some talk about things like cooling, power, modular infrastructure. Are there some other areas that might not be at the forefront of what we think of in terms of data centre technology, but would be fundamental to support data centres that we could produce in Australia competitively, and we could have our own industry to support?
It's not something I've thought in detail about, apart from, I should also mention that I'm the chair of Robotics Australia Group, which represents the robotics industry, and we have been advocating that it would be beneficial if we could encourage the people who are constructing data centres to look at how they are incorporating more automation and robotics in construction, because we're going to be coming to a building crunch where the Brisbane Olympics, all of this data centre investment and 1.2 million homes are all going to be competing for the same pool of people.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of these technologies developed in Australia, but struggling to get the customers to be able to grow and scale. And so any ways that the uptake of technology could be incorporated in the construction of data centres would certainly be very helpful. In terms of what technologies Australia could be producing that incorporated in the computing infrastructure within the data centre, I have less of a view, apart from I know that there are some investigations into how, for example, you would automate a lot of the cable laying trays within data centres. But again, that's probably more of on the construction side rather than the ongoing maintenance and operation side.
Thank you, Dr. Kay.
All right, we are out of time. I think you make a fabulous dinner guest, I have to say.
Is that an invitation?
I'm just picking your brain the entire time. Thank you. That does conclude our time with you. To the extent there are questions taken on notice, the Committee Secretary will be in touch. But we will now move to our next witness. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry.
That's right.
I hadn't had any breakfast. Okay. So we now welcome our next witness. If I could ask you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
I am Elizabeth Whitelock, otherwise known as Izzy, and I am the CEO of the Australian Information Industry Association, which is the AIIA, easier to say, one helps. And as I said, I'm the CEO of the association. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. And would you like to commence with a short opening statement?
I will, if you don't mind.
Please do.
AIIA represents the breadth of the technology sector in Australia. From sole traders to multinationals, we have representation from telecommunications, from SaaS and cloud providers, to data centers, to SMEs who specialize in particular areas such as cyber, AI, and 53% of our membership base are SMEs. So the submission that we put forward was based on the feedback from those members, from large to small. And we are not specialists in the data center space, but obviously we have people who are, and we have people who use them, including federal and state government. So our submission reflects the views of our members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to see if anyone else wants to start.
Okay. Sure.
Go ahead.
Just in terms of your submission, you argue that we should avoid the Singapore style capacity controls and shouldn't rigidly link approvals to renewable generation build out. Now that's something we've also heard from the Business Council of Australia as well, that it just would not be feasible. Just interested in your insights as to why you believe this is the case, and what would be the detriment if we were to have those sort of capacity controls linked to data centre build out.
So we're playing in a space that is highly competitive. I was in Victoria last week at a data centre conference, and Victoria were, flying the flag, state against state. And
don't worry, New South Wales doesn't care according to the Treasurer. I'll just come here anyways.
And so we have internal competition within the country. Organisations looking to where is there a constraint and how do we avoid that? So power, land, skills and workforce. And at a national level, that is one aspect that we have to consider as New South Welshmen. So we need to think about what can we do to relieve those constraints, to be part of that competition. But more broadly than that, we have international players also looking at where can we place our data centres? Where is safe? The great thing about Australia is that we have this safe and stable government world at state level and at federal level. And that is an attraction. We are great at policy. And so all of those things are ticks in the boxes for us. But what then boils down to is where do we go and how do we make sure that we have got access to all the things that we need access to? And so removing the constraints allows us to attract at a local level, local data centers, but also international players and the hyperscalers into the market, which obviously is a boost to our economy and then knock on to productivity. If you look at Ireland, I think it was, in Ireland, there were policies put into place about access to power and what was expected back. So renewables, giving back to the grid, those elements were formed in policy. And I think at the end of the day, if we want to be part of this digital infrastructure, which is going to enable our economy and enable productivity, then we have to figure out how do we create the right environment for organisations to want to come into Australia and specifically into New South Wales. So at a policy level, what do we do? And I think that this plays to a broader piece, which is what is the overall plan here? What is the strategy? And I've just come out of a meeting where the phrase used was, it has to be digital strategy first. Because that train has already left the station. We need to be part of that. So what do we do to create that right environment where people are not constrained? So our policies about access to energy, what is it that we offset with the renewables that data centres are now producing and supporting the grid? Access to water, what might that look like? What are the innovations? What is it? Necessity is the mother of invention. Perhaps by setting the policy and the plan of attack, we start to drive those innovations by the data centres that are not already in place.
So to that point, and what is the plan, what is the strategy, does New South Wales need a strategy?
Yes, absolutely. You may already have elements in place. I think ultimately the fact that we're sitting here having a conversation about it would suggest that we probably need to fill some of those holes. We need to fill out what the constraints might be and how we can get around those constraints, not by backdoor deals, but by actually saying what's good for the economy, what's good for New South Wales, what's good for the citizens, how do we deliver better services to our citizens? So it has to be a broader strategy with digital as that foundational layer. Digital it's critical. Digital is enabling. It is the equivalent of the poles and wires running down Macquarie Street. It's the equivalent of the telecommunications infrastructure that we have. It's the equivalent of the metro and the transport infrastructure. Without it, we are behind. So I don't think we can ignore it. It has to be part and parcel of everything that we do from a strategy.
And one last, if you don't mind, just one last question from me in terms of your submission highlighted that, and I'll quote, that thoughtful coordination can allow New South Wales to capture the economic and technological benefits of digital infrastructure while responsibly managing environmental and community impacts. Just interested in terms of what are those specific coordination recommendations that you would have for us that we could put into a report and have as a recommendation to government? What should we be doing to coordinate to get the best and the best economic benefits out of data centre development in New South Wales?
So I think like any development, it doesn't matter whether it's a data centre or not, ultimately there are going to be multiple stakeholders. And the stakeholders have to include the community themselves, wherever that data center is. In fact, probably more broadly than that, what does the community want? And understanding the community's concerns and addressing those. Stakeholders are also private industry, the people who will build the data centers, the investors who sit behind it, and obviously government. And then within government, there are the planning departments, environmental, etc. So it is a multi-stakeholder approach that's required. And by leaving one of those constituents out of that conversation, I think only ends up creating more angst, more concerns, and potentially more delays. So it has to be, and it has to include the community, and it has to think about all of the things that you've already highlighted around access to power and water and the immediate impacts on the local communities wherever they're built.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair.
No, not at all. I think one of the, so we've talked a lot about what is critical, and we've talked a lot about what's sort of how we get, the so-called social license or having community on board. And I think looking at sort of what's happened, my take is that people generally agree that digital and technology is incredibly important and critical. And up until maybe the last sort of year and a half, everyone was very sort of on board with the pace that was going, but also in terms of thinking about technology as being almost a resourceless endeavour. You know, it's something that happens, it's techie, it kind of is happening somewhere else. And with the advent of AI and it becoming such a huge part of applications and everything else, and then this sort of growth in hyperscale, really massive data centres, my impression is that people are seeing that as something different. And I guess the question then is from your perspective, is there a need to distinguish between what is actually critical in terms of what we need to advance as a society, to do all the things that we need to do in research and health and everything else, and keep the the planes flying and the banks operating, versus the question of whether we want to be taking huge amounts of water and energy and potentially putting back climate targets and all the rest of it for something that the public doesn't necessarily agree is in that same category. So the cat videos, so I guess the question to you is,
You really hate cat videos, don't you?
I really don't like the cat videos. Anyway, one of your recommendations is around sort of acknowledging data centres as essential infrastructure or critical infrastructure. Do you think that if we were to make a distinction between types of criticality, we could more easily bring the public on board for the types of things that actually are critical, as opposed to kind of nice have cat videos?
It's a really good question, and I think the cat video element has already gone. That is already, there's not much we can do about that. I think social media consumes, and given most of the content probably comes out of the US and other places, perhaps not an immediate concern here. The criticality element is absolutely spot on. We need, as a group of citizens, we need to know that our data is safe, that it's not being offshored anywhere. And so those elements around healthcare, where is my data being held there, for example, our banking and finance, government services, etc. All of those things are absolutely critical because they are essential services. So if there is a distinction, is there a classification of essential services? My concern with flagging something as saying this is essential versus not, how do we know that an SME is not out there building out some new innovation potentially that is consuming tokens somewhere along the line and one day actually sits within this essential service? So how do you create the distinction? Because the SME sector being what it is in the country and the backbone of our economy, employing 50% of the workforce, the development and the talent that exists in this country is incredible. And there are lots of people doing incredible stuff in health, as an example, in aged care, that requires AI, that requires data centers. So would we then remove them from the essential services because it's research and development potentially, particularly given that some of these things can take 10 years to come to fruition? So I would be worried about creating a very hard line in the sand that said that this is essential versus anything else. But I think part of that framing is to bring the community along. I think, one, we have to physically understand what are the implications for the upscaled use of data centers. What is the real power and water consumption rates? And I say that because I sat in this conference last week with people who are in data centers and people who are in property and people who are in investment, and there was no one view that said this was going to get out of control with energy demands. It was all over the place. And so I think there's an absolute requirement, and this is not our space because we're not data center people, but I think we need to be really clear about when we say it's going to consume a lot of energy, what does that really mean in comparison to the rest of the economy and other industries, and in comparison to us as end consumers. And I'll come back to the phrase, necessity is the mother of invention. I know from one of our members that they have done some incredibly innovative technology in recycling of water. Their use of water is really low, and they use the same water again and again and again. So there are elements that remove that concern. And as a citizen, what I want to know is that our economy isn't going further behind, that we're going to see that our workforce actually have jobs, that we are productive, that our productivity levels go up. And technology, like it or lump it, underpins almost everything that we do.
Yes.
So how do we change the narrative for the communities? And I think it's about understanding what is the reality of consumption, but what are the benefits if we get this right?
And I think, that's a really good answer because it's covered so many sort of aspects of this. But, I think I was reading a Roy Morgan poll showing that 65% of Australians think that AI causes more harm than it fixes. And part of the issue is around the lack of socialisation of benefits around technology. Like as a society, we've not done very well in when someone can take advantage of technology and then they sack a whole bunch of people on the back of it, for instance. That is not met with
of course,
any sort of extra benefit for people as a whole. So I think there's issues around that. But from a technical perspective, I guess acknowledging that, and there's kind of two aspects, and maybe the question can be which do you do, but acknowledging that there is, a very, we can sort of question how significant the impact will be, but there is a significant impact on energy and water resources at least from what is proposed in the pipeline at the moment. Do we either seek to put limits on that use now to encourage that innovation without worrying what is actually happening within the data centres as much? Or do we go the other way and say, let's get more transparency around which data centres are doing which things so that then the community can more adequately weigh up whether they think it's worth the damage or the cost in terms of water and energy?
There's the broader perspective, I believe. And that is what is the planning that we're doing around the grid? What is the planning that we're doing around water scarcity and access? And so whatever we're doing up here with energy grid and renewables feeds into the data center itself. So I don't think we can take one without the other. I think we need to understand what the broader picture is with the grid and its renewables, etc. And what is it that we want the data centers to do with their energy use? They already are deploying renewable capability and pushing it back into the grid. What do we want them to give back to the grid so that we balance it And perhaps that's more about perhaps a policy framework around what can be done to mitigate the perceived issues around energy and water consumption. So they all go hand in hand. I don't think we can simply remove data centers and say, this is a problem. I think we have to think about it in a broader context of everything that we have to consider from our economy and the supply and demands of energy and water generally.
Thank you.
I had a question about the, thank you for coming in for the submission. I had a question about the essential digital infrastructure as well. Do you think that we use the Federal Security of Critical Infrastructure Act as our guideline for what we consider in the state critical infrastructure? Is that a useful framework?
I don't know it in detail, I have to say, but I would say that from observationally, we probably don't consider that in light of what is regarded as critical infrastructure at a legislative level, which is why I think we also need to take a step back and say, this is new. You know, we've been using cloud providers for a very long time in technology and in government. And at some point, who knew that we were going to end up in a place in a time where the world has shifted so dramatically? I think it's time, if it's not considered, that it probably should be considered, because if we're going to continue to be part of a global economy, and I suspect that we are, then digital infrastructure like data centers has to be considered.
Do you see that there is a role for data centers to play in our geopolitical strength and relationships with other countries? And how do you see that?
Good question. If there's one thing that the last few years has taught us, is that uncertainty is like taxes and death. It seems to be, yes, it's absolutely happening. From COVID to where we are today with the Middle East. And what did we learn through this process, and what are we learning today? That sovereignty and domestic capability is really, really important. And relying on others for some supply is clearly an issue. So how do we create that domestic capability, that sovereign strength, which is not just about the infrastructure itself, it's about a skilled workforce. It's about ensuring that our workforce have all the right training, access to learning that they need to do their jobs. Because ultimately, and this is very personal opinion, the A in AI is augmented. It is about bringing a set of tools to individuals so that they can do something that is maybe manual and repetitive, faster, more efficiently, to allow them to do the things that are human, with all of the values that a human brings, empathy and sympathy, and et cetera, et cetera.
Can I just take you up on that point a little bit?
Of course.
Because I find this very interesting argument. I get the sovereign capability argument for tangible things like, for example, the production of aluminium, or manufacturing a local base so that we have goods and services which are tangible that could be otherwise cut off, like oil or whatever. When it comes to data, I just struggle a little bit with this kind of binary argument, or this what seems to be a special argument for data centers. When you think about it now, we're already transacting billions of pieces of information across the world, be it internet banking or whatever we're doing. So why is it so important? Because you can imagine a world where data centers are multiplying hand over fist all across the globe. We're interconnecting with submarine cables. Why is it so critical that we have to have and I'm just posing this as a kind of a bit of a challenge to the assumption that we necessarily have to have them, because I'm interested in it. Why is it so important that we have to get ahead of everyone and have more data centers than everyone else? Because isn't it more about our intellectual property and developing the AI models, for example, that's going to add the value rather than just having data centers? It's kind of interesting to know what your perspective is on that.
Thank you. First of all, certainly we haven't suggested that we should be ahead of everyone else in the number of data centers that we have. If we wish to play in the global economy, we need to have infrastructure to allow us to play. To your point on AI and building models, where are we going to build the models? Where are we going to test them? How are we going to scale them? All of that requires some form of infrastructure. And you can build the data center internally, and you can have all of those servers running all of your AI and training your models ad nauseum. Or it sits in a data center that is independent. Either way, if we're going to be in the AI economy, then we need infrastructure to be able to build those models, train them, and continue to evolve them.
No, but do you? This is my point. Like, for example, let's have this bizarre experiment where we didn't have any data centers and they're all domiciled in Singapore, and we've got submarine cables. What's stopping us doing that?
So there's not. You're absolutely right. There is no reason not to. In fact, you'll probably find that with some of the hyperscalers that we've had data sitting in the US and other places around the globe. The question then is to something that the chair has kind of touched on, which is the community. What does the community want? And if you look at the breaches that we've had in the last few years, where data has been sold on the black market on the internet, people are they're lacking in trust. So ultimately, what do we do to ensure that we have the capacity to scale, the security that's required? That involves maybe encryption and so on. What do we do to do that so that our citizens back the idea that technology is an underpinning platform that we need to continue to evolve? So yes, we can offshore it, for sure. The question is, where would you then offshore it, and what levels of regulation would we set around that? What policies would we want to put in place? What agreements would we want to put in place with those foreign jurisdictions? All of those things. And do we provide backdoors into Singapore so that we can access our citizens' data? They're all possibilities. But ultimately, as an Australian citizen, I'd like to think that my data is secure here, being used by New South Wales Health, by the ATO, by Services New South Wales. I would like to think that it's safe and secure, and I don't have to worry about it.
So that's an interesting point. So my question is that more an emotional response about visualising the location of data rather than a function of cybersecurity?
Well, you've got to make sure someone's not going to cut the and stop us from accessing any
is this
data.
a question to the witness or a discussion?
Yeah. No, look, I'm happy to have a free flowing debate, but
probably
I mean,
not
to that point,
to
I mean,
now,
if that were to happen now, we'd completely lose the world financial system, wouldn't we?
But unfortunately, we don't live in a time and place where everyone is a good actor. And so resilience at an Australian level, sovereignty of our data, I don't think anybody would question personally, it's certainly within our membership and within our ecosystem, I don't think anyone questions the sovereignty of the data, the security of our data, and having that here. And I'll come back to a point I already made, and that is that we have this benefit, that we have a government that is stable, that is well regarded on the world stage, which means at a local level, we can build our own infrastructure for our own purposes, but it also means that we have an opportunity to attract international investment and international players into the market because of the stability, that they know where the constraints are, they know that the skilled workforce is there, and they know that they've got a government who is stable.
Unfortunately, that does bring us to time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's been really interesting. There will be questions. I know I've already got some supplementary questions. And to the extent any questions were taken on notice, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that concludes our time with you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a lunch break. We'll be back at 1:45.
Can we? With
Yes.
one? 3? Cool.
Thank you. Welcome back. If I could ask you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Glenn Hughes. I'm a General Manager of Prefab Solutions Trading at SIDMEC. I solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm the evidence I'm now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to start with a short opening statement?
I'm okay.
Okay. All right. Very good. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for appearing, Mr. Hughes. I just want to give us a quick outline of what you're involved in terms of the perspective you bring to the inquiry, just for the committee members.
I've provided a bit of insight into the mechanical contracting component to the Plumbers Union submission. I'm been working and I currently work for a mechanical contracting business. However, that business also provides direct labour to the industry and has predominantly been working in the last 7 years within the data centre component of the industry and sector.
So a lot of your demand is coming from 7 years worth of data centres, yeah?
Yes, it has.
Okay. Do you want to sort of give us your perspectives on where you see potential problems and opportunities with this, let's term it a growth industry? We've had a lot of evidence to date regarding the proliferation, the demand for electricity and water based on modelling, which is a bit nebulous to get a hold of because of connection rates versus actual real demand. I know there's issues with skill shortages, all sorts of things. So just feel free to sort of give us a perspective on, from someone who actually is involved in the day-to-day building of these things, what you think are the main obstacles to us getting a benefit for the taxpayers of New South Wales.
If I could start with saying, I think the proposed data centres that have been discussed in our industry is going to be good for our market in New South Wales if we can bring them here. The last couple of years have been rather repressed in the construction industry, and I think it definitely will bring some vitality back into the market. In respects to concerns, and if I sort of move away from the label, which I'm sure you've heard a lot of.
We did hear evidence from the Plumbers Union on the issue of skill shortage and training and everything, but yeah, feel free to add to that if you want.
The New South Wales market in probably the last 15 years has been predominantly driven around, I guess, at high-end hospital-based work. With the sheer amount of hospitals that have been done, there's a lot of general tradesmen that are associated with normal air conditioning systems built around buildings and healthcare facilities. I don't think there's really a shortage there. But the data centre market brings a different perspective to the mechanical services. The level of mechanical pipework and plumbing, and I'm talking just from a mechanical perspective, is near on double that of, say, a normal healthcare facility such as a hospital, being one of these larger hospitals.
So that's really interesting. So if you took a hospital like Nepean, your average data centre would be what, double the requirement for mechanical services, air conditioning, cooling, all that sort of thing.
Not necessarily capacity. Put aside the design part and capacity. With regards to labour and the quantum percentage of the project, it is definitely at a higher level.
Yeah.
You're talking about more plumbers on site or more plumbers in factories producing pipe work for much larger, expansive systems compared to your average project. And I've compared that to healthcare because healthcare, such as Nepean, and I was involved in the design of Nepean, Nepean's got a pretty expansive chilled water system, but your average data centre has a lot more pipe, a lot more water, a lot more chilled water plant serving those facilities. So the percentage of, say, ductwork versus pipe work has shifted. It's almost inverted in it.
Which is more, is that more labour intensive and more specialised work, isn't it?
The trade requirements of mechanical pipe work are at a higher level in our market at the moment. They're done by tradesmen, licensed tradesmen, whereas sheet metal, there's a transition from non-tradesmen to tradesmen now with the proposed changes in legislation for licensing.
Yeah.
I guess if I context it right, with the shifting quantum of work, the numbers of qualified tradesmen that can weld pipe and deliver the installation of pipe to them, tradespeople, excuse me, to the market, it is still set at the moment based on a traditional proportion of mechanical plumbing. With that proportion changing, the number of tradespeople is going to need to increase, and therefore the training, the opportunity, the attraction of even apprentices to the market needs some focus, because we need that skill set to deliver the quantum that we have heard in data centres that's going to be brought to the market.
And hitherto, that mechanical services, that's like, just so the committee understands, mechanical services is a subset of the general plumbing trade, but it's different to what you would traditionally understand a plumber to be. In other words, someone who comes out and plumbs your shower and bathroom and toilet, drainage, whatever. This is, if you take this building, this is the cooling systems, isn't it? The high-end cooling systems, all the associated pipe work, the chillers. That doesn't necessarily get trained in the TAFE sector, does it? For historical reasons?
Historically, many years ago, mechanical plumbing was an optional component that could be trained in at TAFE when the tradespeople were doing their trade and undertaking it. My understanding is that's backed off quite dramatically, and generally my understanding is that they teach and train for sanitary plumbing. If I term it that way, it might be easier.
Everyone's traditional perception of what plumbing is.
Yeah. So where our plumbing for mechanical plumbing is chilled water pipe work. It's not. It does involve some copper, but different. It's steel pipe. It's large bore pipe. They are closed and open water systems with pumps associated with them, connected to plant that heat and cool the water within. So it is the facilitator of the media that we transfer heat with.
And and part of that we heard on evidence also from the plumbing union was the requirement for adequate fire protection.
Well,
do you get involved in that too, or is that...
Fire protection for mechanical services is more associated with penetrations and breaching fire-rated walls and structures primarily. If we went backwards to other components, and it's not so much in data centres, we also provide services to comply with the NCC, National Building Code, relevant to smoke management within a building.
And so this demand for trained mechanical services people, do you see that as being potentially a barrier to the speed with which we can build these data centres?
It's my belief it's a risk to delivering the scale that has been discussed in the market. It will certainly depend on how they phase those works into the market and over what period of time as well.
So we on evidence we heard from Mr. Tsiolakis from the plumbing union. His view was that what would happen is the market would bid up wages, salary. In other words, what you'd have is a drain. Because of the proliferation of data centres, you'll have a drain of labour, skilled labour from the general construction sector over to data centres because they'll be working overtime. and then that could in turn have an impact on housing construction, for example. So, is that kind of a valid concern?
Yes, it is. In my opinion, yes, it is. It is definitely a valid concern. If we've got a skill shortage in a particular trade, in trying to meet deadlines and phasing, certainly the construction teams will work longer hours and they'll work weekends and the like. And depending on the scale of jobs, it could actually shrink availability of labour to other parts of the industry in the building sector. So if for instance, there's several hospitals that have been proposed recently and that are forecast to be done, it may actually strip labour from those infrastructure-based jobs as well. So it becomes
May I ask a question?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Just because we heard evidence earlier from Dr. Sue Kay, who suggested that given the increasing proliferation of big construction projects from the Brisbane Olympics to data centres to housing, that robotics are used more effectively to assist in construction. And I should say she's, although she came here in her capacity as the UNSW Director of the AI Institute, she is also the chair of Robotics Australia, or that organisation. So, yeah, she comes to it with some exceptional expertise.
It's not my specialty or expertise with regards to robotics, but we are aware of certain trades within the building industry, more so which are adopting actively robotics. There's robotic bricklaying machines and the like. For our profession, I guess the limitation at the moment is material handling. You can get robotic welders. They're not typical in our industry. I would believe it would be more associated with other trades.
So it would be more about freeing up labour from those other types of construction to get them to a more specialised.
I guess that's a good point and a good statement. I guess, yes, it would potentially shift a balance of labour that could be retrained, and I would be very surprised if the Plumbers Union hadn't actually discussed this, into other fields of the industry. I can't comment on how well that would work, and I believe the Plumbers Union would have a better view on that than I would.
Okay, thank you. I have some other questions, but it was just that one was specific to yours.
I'll finish off, Jackie, and then I'm happy for you to. So, from an industry perspective, someone who's into this up to their neck by the sounds of it, what's the key takeout? Is it that the government needs to start thinking about investing in more bespoke training to facilitate the building of these centres?
My personal view with regards to current training is training has been in a decline and potentially in some parts of our industry inadequate for a fair while now. It's one of the reasons why the sheet metal trade is all but in our part of the industry disappeared. In retraining staff, I would believe that a bespoke specialised training regime would need to be applied if we were rapidly trying to retrain staff to respond to the building and trades load that we would be expecting.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. My questions are on a similar line. How closely do you work with TAFE or other training centres to try to assist them in building a curriculum that assists you in your work?
We send apprentices to TAFE continuously, but we also do in-house training as well. A lot of the general hand skills comes from the workplace, with tradespeople training apprentices accordingly and progressively exposing them to new environments and new skills over time. The answer to, in my opinion, to your question is rather mixed, and it would depend on the specific part of the trade. I can comment, because my son is actually doing an apprenticeship at the moment, that I believe there's been a pretty big decline in TAFE services offered to the refrigeration and air conditioning components of the industry.
Okay.
With regards to plumbing, I sort of can't really comment, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. And on apprentices, are you finding that when you're able to get them into these quite specialised roles, are they demonstrating a higher rate of retention?
We've been lucky as a business. Our apprentice retention has been pretty reasonable.
Okay.
However, recently, in the last 12 months, we've stepped up. We've doubled the amount of apprentices we've been bringing in to the business.
Yep.
In the last 4 months, I've employed 3 new apprentices to our industry.
Awesome.
The difficulty that we find is in attracting apprentices to the market.
Okay.
I feel, and I'm not sure whether it's a demographic change, but certainly attracting young apprentices and young people into the market's pretty hard. There are some agencies out there that are encouraging it, and we've been participating in some of those recently on jobs where they're social procurement agencies, and they're looking at young unskilled employees, bringing them into the market, giving them a little bit of training for all sorts of roles across the construction industry. We are currently trialling 2 employees from that system, and the initial feedback I give you is it's pretty good. We've got some people that have had long-term unemployment that we've brought in. We're training them as an apprentice, in this case in sheet metal. And we've also got a new apprentice that's never had a job, though is in his 20s in this case. So, which I think is a big thing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. I think that's fabulous. And in terms of, you said you were lucky to have had a pretty good retention rate with the apprentices that have come through, but are there things that you can point to that have assisted in that retention? Because I suspect it's not just luck.
No, it's not just luck. In the businesses that I've worked for, we've concentrated on, in our trade labour, making sure we get qualified tradespeople, and as many of the qualified tradespeople as we can within our fields, and be it mechanical, plumbing or sheet metal. If I cast my mind back 15 years ago, the greater majority of sheet metal workers that were actively working on jobs that I was project managing at that point in time were technically skilled labourers. They weren't trade qualified personnel. Because generally, in my opinion, and it's my opinion, purely my opinion, I don't believe for the last 20 years, the industry has invested enough into bringing new apprentices and new trades, focusing on even bringing engineers into our industry, and training them to do the job within our field of the industry, be it engineering or mechanical plumbing or sheet metal.
Yeah. So do you think that this actually does present an opportunity in terms of the data centre boom, that it does present an opportunity to bring in more apprentices, to offer people more jobs and actually have this pipeline of work be more stable, hopefully, and allow workers to be skilled up and trained up more than they might have in the past?
I believe it's an unbelievable opportunity to bring new trades and train new tradespeople into our industry. The concern I would have, and this has been as a personal concern, is making sure the ratio of currently trained tradespeople to apprentices is correct. And I say this in simple terms: if the percentage of apprentices is way higher than the tradespeople, the level of exposure the tradespeople can give to each individual apprentice is going to lower, and potentially my concern is without supplementary support and training, the quality of tradesperson delivered at the end of the apprenticeship may drop.
Fair point, of course. Do you have a ratio that you generally use for your own business?
I have a view that you shouldn't exceed more than 20% in apprentices. In reality, it's often hard to get to that 20% range in attracting appropriate people to take on new trade work into our industry.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Do you have any more?
If you've got some, I'm fine, but otherwise I can.
No, you go. I'm learning from you.
Okay. So, my colleague Jackie's, the Honourable Jackie Munro's point is well made. So you've sort of, in your evidence, what you're telling us is that some of the trades or some of the jobs that should have been proper trades and got proper training from the vocational education sector have fallen away, and as a result you get these semi-skilled people coming in and sort of learning informally on the job. With the advent of this demand for data centres, it's an opportunity to both increase the supply of labour by training, but also cleaning up the training regime as a byproduct, so you get this virtuous circle if we do it properly. Is that the main message for government?
I think that's a reasonable take on it, but I have a view that it's probably very aligned with the union. It needs to also be driven by a licensed requirement to ensure that we take it from where we are today, and in a lot of cases, it's more associated with the sheet metal component of our industry. I'm sure I'd be surprised if you haven't already heard that.
Yes.
Bringing that to a point that when we upskill the staff, and there's a lot of staff in our industry that are at a point that they should be truly qualified tradespeople because they've done it for so long.
They've basically been doing it in practice, and then
what
they need it recognised. So I'm conscious of the time, Mr. Hughes, but just on that, in terms of data centre density, if you like, on the materials, is sheet metal ducting work, I think you said this in the earlier evidence, that's quite a big proportion, is it, of data centres?
In a normal job, like a hospital, it's a greater proportion than mechanical plumbing.
As a proportion of the job?
In a data centre, it's typically inverted, and it's a lower proportion of the job and mechanical plumbers. And just to confirm, that poses my concern to whether or not we can support enough tradespeople into those data centre jobs, given on typical jobs that we've been doing predominantly in commercial buildings and then health over the last, say, 20 years, there's a set number of mechanical plumbing tradespeople in the market.
Yeah.
And the training is, in my understanding, a little different, and it's a supplement on top of your sanitary plumbing trade.
So when you do your mechanical services part of your plumbing, if you choose to do that, you would do both the pipe work and the sheet metal work?
I can't comment on that.
Yeah.
My trades that I have are not in mechanical plumbing. Right. I'm in refrigeration.
Yeah. Understand. Okay. Thanks.
Final question from me. There's been some talk of, whether, given we've got, and this happens whenever we get sort of a new industry that's booming, we always kind of look back and say, wouldn't it have been nice if we'd have mandated as many local content requirements as possible. I guess, would you support us mandating a certain percentage of local content requirements, particularly, like, I understand there are some components in a data centre build that, like, you cannot get locally, but there must be some that you can. Would you support that?
Yes, and just for reference, we have been in the industry mandating at a DA level local participation, female participation, long-term unemployment in government jobs such as healthcare. Those requirements have been actively around for probably for the last 10 years, thereabouts, is my recollection. If I were to add to the comment of mandating, I do believe that there needs to be a view taken on energy consumption and water consumption and ensuring efficiency in designs to lessen the burden on the infrastructure supporting these facilities and the infrastructure that also supports the community at the moment. In saying that, I believe we should, like with healthcare and commercial buildings, have minimum energy performance and water performance criteria applied to these jobs. So that burden can actually be managed as it's applied to the infrastructure. That is my personal opinion. And I believe, and I'm sorry, that's beyond what you asked.
No, it's really good though. Can I just clarify, when you said that those sort of local participation requirements and other things had been mandated in the last 10 years, did you say at the kind of development consent level, at the DA level?
I believe they've been applied at the development consent level. And if I use the previous reference to a healthcare job of Nepean, Nepean had a local content requirement relevant to local participants being employed on the job, under 25-year-old employees, apprentices, female employees, Indigenous participation, and these are common to what health infrastructure, if I say, has been applying to the projects that have been doing. Now, my understanding is part of that's coming from a DA, local government, but I also believe it's potentially coming from also health infrastructure, because it seems to be consistent whether or not you're working in Sydney or say Griffith or Bega or Byron. It seems to be applied consistently across those types of jobs.
All right, that's very useful, thank you. I may have some supplementary questions, but to the extent there are any further questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that concludes our time with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very official. I still have the photos.
Okay. I now welcome our final panel of witnesses for today's hearing. If I could ask each of you, starting on my left, to please state your name and position title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Sana Shah, the Senior Community Campaigner of Sweltering Cities. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Emma Bacon. I'm the Executive Director of Sweltering Cities, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And did you want to commence with a short opening statement? Please go ahead.
Sweltering Cities works with communities impacted by extreme heat to advocate for more livable, equitable and sustainable homes and cities. Our organisation was founded in Western Sydney in response to the region's disproportionate heat vulnerability. Heat waves are already Australia's deadliest environmental disaster, and Western Sydney experiences these impacts most acutely through higher temperatures, rising heat-related illness and soaring energy bills. A growing concern is the expansion of hyperscale data centres in some of Sydney's hottest suburbs, including Marsden Park, Eastern Creek and Kemps Creek, where a 1 gigawatt project has been proposed. In our submission, we have integrated 32 comments from supporters living near proposed or recently approved hyperscale data centres. These highlight concern that Western Sydney is increasingly being positioned as a data centre hub without adequate consideration of local impacts, including on urban heat, noise, water use and pressure on the energy grid. And I'd also like to read out one of these comments that were submitted to us that we have included within our submission. This comes from someone who lives in Marsden Park, just a minute down from the hyperscale data centre that's been proposed there. She says, "No one in the community I've lived in my entire 29 years of my life here wants this data centre here. We have already had this area destroyed due to poorly planned housing developments. Please rethink this decision. Data centres are 100% unnecessary to life. We've lived our entire lives happily without them. But fresh air, water and climate is something no one can live without." So given all this, there's a serious risk that cumulative impacts will deepen existing socioeconomic and environmental inequities in Western Sydney. We also want to draw attention to the Western Sydney Local Health District's concerns against the CDC Marsden Park proposal. So the Western Sydney Local Health District warned that neighbouring communities already experience high rates of chronic illness and that additional exposure to heat, noise and air pollution from that data centre would worsen health outcomes and further strain local health services. Our submission is also informed by joint work with partner organisations who have made their own submissions to this inquiry, including the Stop the Bill Shock Coalition, which highlights the risk of households absorbing rising energy costs, and the Tomorrow Movement, which amplifies the voices of young people in Western Sydney. We are calling for a pause on further data centre approvals until there is clear evidence that their social, environmental and economic impacts are being properly assessed and managed through strengthened safeguards. These should include heat impact assessments and protections to ensure rising infrastructure demand does not translate into higher energy costs for consumers. More broadly, we strongly believe that planning priorities in New South Wales should direct investment towards social and community infrastructure rather than the continued approval of hyperscale data centres with limited local benefit.
Thank you very much, both for appearing but also for your excellent submission. I thoroughly enjoyed reading the comments in particular from community. They were really just incredibly insightful and very useful. So I understand that the Western Sydney Local Health District raised formal objections about cumulative health risks at Marsden Park, with increased ED presentations, mortality risk and chronic disease impacts in Bidwell, Shelby and Hassel Grove. Your submission says that those concerns were dismissed. I guess, would you support a requirement that any future data centre SSD application in Western Sydney should first obtain a formal health impact assessment from the relevant local health district before approval?
Yeah, I think we'd certainly agree so, especially for a key stakeholder like the Western Sydney Local Health District.
We've spoken to a few different community groups who are facing the prospect of having a data centre quite close by to their homes. And health hasn't been one that has come out very strongly. We have heard a bit about concerns about air pollution and concerns about noise, but I guess what is your experience of where people are concerned and where the health risks would be, particularly when it comes to heat, because we've not really heard much about that?
Yeah, I think in the conversations we're having, both through, the comments that we integrated within the submission, but also other ongoing campaign work now that we're doing, is just the fact that these data centres could impose, additional heat stress on local communities, which are already so heat vulnerable, and there's associated health risks that would come with that. I think the specificities of the Western Sydney Local Health District's comments on ED presentations, that's not something we've heard too much of either, but I think it's definitely one of those underlying concerns that also surround, the other impacts like impacts on air quality, water quality, noise pollution. So.
I think, also to add that because heat waves are the biggest killer of any environmental disaster in Australia, and because Western Sydney faces a higher burden of disease when it comes to heat, it's an area where we need to have a higher standard of concern as well, because the communities we're talking about are already facing a much higher rate of death and illness and disability due to heat. And this isn't just a question of, heat-related illnesses during a heat wave, even though those are really severe outcomes. There are also significant mental health impacts of heat. So, being exposed to hot temperatures, both hot nighttime temperatures, which is more likely if you live in an urban heat island like Marsden Park, where the environment doesn't cool down overnight. And we're talking about 24-hour operation at data centres. Potentially that will also have, hotter overnight impacts. It means that people aren't sleeping. There's increasing rates of anxiety, depression, youth suicidality goes up with temperature as well. These are all impacts that would be felt in our health system. We also know that domestic and family violence goes up in the heat. These are all really significant health impacts being felt due to heat. And so they all need to be, I think, prioritised when it comes to the concern about what are we investing in our communities.
Mm. And can you explain, I guess, from a sort of a basic perspective, I know that, I sometimes speak to people about the idea of having, a roof that, a black roof or not having enough surfaces that sort of, absorb heat and all the rest of it. Can you just describe how, in as simple terms as you can, I guess, how having something as hot as a data centre in a suburb makes a difference kind of beyond the data centre area itself and how that is felt?
Do you want to take this?
As simple as possible, I think. Yeah, the urban heat island impact obviously is created when you have an abundance of dark surfaces, dark materials that all absorb heat and radiate it. And this is something that can be felt in the local area, and it's definitely something that is experienced in Western Sydney, where you've had greenfield, development on formerly green spaces, farmland that's all been paved over with dense housing, and in this case with these massive industrial data centres. And that is, I know there's not been super conclusive studies internationally on the additional heat load that can be brought about by these data centres, but there is definitely evidence that suggests, there will be up to a 10 degree, 15 degree impact from these data centres being constructed.
Could you just... Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, I think also important to note that, the context of these environments where they're already facing a very high degree of the urban heat island effect. So, it can be 10 or even 15 degrees higher than surrounding rural areas or coastal suburbs. In Marsden Park, it's not very far from when in January 2020, they recorded 48.9 degrees, the hottest temperature ever recorded in Sydney. But the University of Western Sydney and Blacktown Council and Penrith Council have also done local heat benchmarking studies where they've taken local temperature readings and found temperatures over 50 degrees already occurring in these areas. So when we're thinking about that's already an extremely dangerous heat for people. So data centres, we know, are contributing to the problem. They're certainly not solving it.
And I guess the obvious kind of next step then is that if you're living near a data centre, the data centre is consuming huge amounts of energy, and then people in the surrounding neighbourhoods are presumably needing to put their air conditioning on more and consume more energy. It seems like we're in this kind of doom loop.
Can I just
please
ask about that? So totally understand where you're coming from in terms of Western Sydney in particular and love your work. I'm just trying to really understand I understand that you have a big building as a data centre that takes away from other, say, green space, but I'm just trying to clarify, is there an ambient heat effect from the buildings? Is from the data centres themselves? Is that does that form a part of the concern?
In our, identifying from our submission, we identify a study that estimates that data centre electricity usage is converted into low-grade waste heat, so ambient heat, that can be 30 or 40 degrees Celsius. This is the same experience as walking around the edge of a shopping centre, right? Where you've got these really large air conditioning units that are facing outwards in order to maintain temperature on the inside.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, thank you.
sorry, go on.
No,
I
that
just
was
wanted
really
to.
good because I think that's what I was trying to get at in a very
ambient,
roundabout way.
Yeah,
that's right, ambient. Very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask, your submission describes the CDC Marsden Park approval as occurring within 12 months from 12 months under the state significant development pathway, with community objections set aside. In your community engagement work, what were residents told, if anything, about the opportunity to have their concerns heard, and at what point in the process were they even aware that the development was being assessed?
We've heard that there was like almost no community consultation, at least like from what folks who live like very close to the Marsden Park. Obviously we have someone who lives a minute down the road, but in other community engagement stuff we've done, are also people who live very close to the site, and they just say that they didn't hear anything about it. They felt like they were quite tapped into environmentalism, but just weren't aware that this massive data centre was being constructed. And so that really calls into question like just what sort of community consultation processes were in place. And I don't think that is clear for us at the moment.
So you call for genuine community endorsement throughout the planning process and long-term operation. What do you imagine that looks like in practice?
Yeah, I think like like for example, if there were heat mitigation plans, right, we'd want that to be done in a way that like really emphasizes local benefit and circularity. So there's like some international examples where ambient heat or like the residual heat of data centers is being used to like heat neighboring buildings, like residential buildings. So in whatever sort of plans there are to mitigate these environmental impacts.
Is that the waste heat recovery plan stuff?
I think so.
Is that what that's called?
Yeah.
So, so the idea of, so for example, some people have told us that in other jurisdictions you can get things like a swimming pool being heated by a data centre, that sort of capturing it rather than allowing it to sort of leak out.
I think the two things that, in our experience on lots of different types of infrastructure, that really are needed for community faith is transparency and benefit. So people really need to feel like they understand the process, why things happening, are the proper environmental assessments, how's the energy and water situation working, and that they're hearing that from reliable sources, not from social media, not from each other, where, you know, obviously there's big concerns that are really legitimate, but they need proper communication from both the companies and government about what's happening, and to feel like they are legitimately being listened to from a very early stage, not at the very end, but also that if, you know, in their community, there's going to be this hyperscale data center being built, what benefit is there to them? You know, are they, like at the moment, people feel like they're losing out, you know, to private companies, whereas like what can be done to say, you know, there needs to be public infrastructure, there needs to be energy affordability, there needs to be guarantees that the communities aren't losing. And I think that's, at the moment, we have neither the transparency nor the benefit.
Yeah, and also in response to the Kemps Creek data centre, the Murray Road one, there were some submissions made by like the neighbouring schools, and I went to that site just a few days ago, and it's like literally like the big proposed data centre. They've already fenced it off a little bit, and then like opposite the road there's like an Anglican school, there's a K-12 school, and some of those schools made submissions opposing that project, and they were saying we understand the economic benefits that this could bring to Western Sydney, but there was just no consultation, you know, things like construction impacts, also the potential air quality, health, noise pollution, because we know that those data centres, you know, emit that humming sound. Like none of that has been explained to the school community, and that's like deeply concerning. And we think once again, this is like literally a neighbouring, you know, there's a couple of schools there, there's young people there. Like there's no reason why that shouldn't be prioritised like very early on in the planning approval process.
Definitely.
Just one more ask and then I'll pass over. So we've heard some sort of community groups talking about how ugly the data centres are, that they are this kind of this large big box thing, and it strikes me as strange that we've not, I guess that there's been no efforts to try and improve not just the visual amenity but also the design function from the perspective of something like an urban cooling effect. Is there things that you can do that we could mandate perhaps for a data centre design that would allow it to contribute or at least offset in terms of urban cooling?
lots of trees.
I think, yeah, like part of the Greater Western Sydney heat plan, that's been, was launched by the minister, by Minister Penny Sharp in late 2024, that is part of a comprehensive plan consulted with many government agencies, led by the Western Sydney Regional Organisation of Councils and Resilient Sydney, which Sweltering Cities also sits on. One of the key recommendations of that is the blue and green infrastructure investments across Western Sydney and across the entire city. And, blue and green infrastructure is what cools down our suburbs. It's both trees, but it's also the use of water in areas to make sure that we're reducing the urban heat island effect. I think that if the committee would like any guidance on, what that should look like, there is, I think, extensive resources we could make available, we could send as well, to say that there are, this government and its agencies actually are some of the best in the country when it comes to understanding and planning what that blue-green infrastructure should look like, and you just need to match those standards with compelling data centres to comply with them through regulation, I think. Yeah.
Well said. Thank you. Ms. Munro.
We've heard from a fair few witnesses that there can be really positive energy reduction, like energy cost reductions, that grid stability can be improved through data centres. I guess you sort of said it then, that if we can demonstrate community benefit and if there is proper planning and process, do you think that there will be confidence in a data centre rollout if you have all of those things? Like, when you're speaking to people, are they saying we don't want data centres at all? Or, like, for example, one of those submissions said that data centres are 100% unnecessary to life. And while I understand where that person is coming from, we do actually use data centres for many, many things that underpin our quality of life. Do you think that there is a way in to have this conversation with people who have become disaffected by what's already happened?
Do you want to go first and you can go? I think in a scenario where communities feel like there is, firstly, a comprehensive government plan for where they should be, not just in their community, but statewide. I know there's been suggestions I was recently at the Energy Consumers Australia conference that had a real focus on AI and data centres. And I think one of the executives from Energy Australia, I believe, suggested that perhaps they could be co-located with large renewable energy, as a way to connect energy supply with energy demand, things like that. So I think that if people could see that, firstly, there was a statewide plan for where they should be and why. Secondly, that there was transparency about the environmental and the health costs and how they were being addressed. And thirdly, if there was clear benefit that was tangible, whether that's community investment in greening, in local infrastructure. We note that Marsden Park is still waiting for a library and a community centre and a pool, but they're getting a data centre. If those things were happening, if it was also saying, data centres have to supply their own renewable energy and any excess goes to the community, which they get for free. If we listed all those things that were happening, then I imagine there'd be a lot fewer people who would have the concerns in that future scenario. Yeah, but maybe you,
No, I think, that's also what's reflected in the conversations we're having. There'll always be, a variety of views from people who just don't want these data centres at all, to folks who are like, we want them, but, we just need to do it in a more sustainable way. And we need to welcome, that variety of view as well. But I think the core of the issue, and it's why, we're here today, it's just there is no transparency, accountability, and there's no community endorsement. So I think, we need to be working on those.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, it sounds like you think a New South Wales data centre strategy would be a good idea.
Yes. Sure, I think major infrastructure should have a plan.
Yeah, I know. Who would have thought? Yeah, it doesn't sound so complicated when you put it out like that.
They're big on planning anyway. Can I ask you, some of the evidence we've heard is this sort of an advantage of going to these closed loop water cooling systems, and have you got any insights into what sort of ambient heating effect those systems have as opposed to the kind of, I suppose, the traditional in this market, but just getting water and pumping it through from the general water system. They're saying that you can have these closed loop systems and use refrigerants, I think, to cool it down rather than draining Sydney water resources. I just wonder how that affects the ambient heat and all those sorts of things you've been talking about.
We don't have any specific information on the temperature impact of those different cooling mechanisms. So I think that all of that type of refrigeration you're talking about does create ambient heat. So we haven't heard of any solutions that don't have that. I also note that I think as part of our submission, there is diesel generator backups for lossy sensors that we know also create a lot of heat. So we don't have specific information on those temperature differences, I'm sorry.
And is there anyone who you know of that's doing this in a way that attenuates all those negative effects you've put on evidence here today? Like someone we could look to as an example of doing it really well?
I am not sure who. No, I don't have any in particular. I do think that it's important that any examples that we use for something that is positive is being tested in similar conditions. So we know that there's been an ongoing problem in parts of Western Sydney in Australia where you have materials that are being tested in, say, a European context where it doesn't get as hot as it does here. So you have play equipment, for example, that is tested in, for European weather, but actually now reaches 80, 90 degrees in children's play equipment because it's just a different context. The same happens with some chemicals that are not tested in the heat that we have and therefore destabilize and become more dangerous. So I think that if we are finding examples of places where they are doing what you're talking about, like having less environmental impact, but it's also 50 degrees where they are, then that would be an appropriate example for us to adapt to. But we shouldn't be using, I think, examples from places that don't have the extreme temperatures of Western Sydney.
Sounds like we need a trip to the Mediterranean.
Maybe the Middle East.
Or the Middle East.
Just one, I think I've got one final one.
You go.
I've been a bit obsessed with, throughout this inquiry, about what is critical when it comes to data centres. And so we hear this line, particularly from the data centre industry, that data centres are critical infrastructure, that we can't do without them. They're just the same as any other sort of essential service. But what's becoming clear is that there are multitude of different uses and things that are going on in these data centres. Everything from the, storing government data and health data, things that help the financial sector work, etc., all the way down to your cat videos and your your Trump as Jesus
dog videos?
Photos. So I guess from your research with communities, do you think that if we could explain exactly what a data centre was being used for, you would then get sort of better community engagement about, is it worth it in our community to have this thing right next to a school? Do you think that there would be greater buy-in if people thought it was genuinely for something critical as opposed to something frivolous?
I think for sure, something that, again, that's happening in like community conversations that we're having, especially with young folks, it's just like frustration that it is the cat videos, it is generative AI, it's a boom, right? That's like driving the demand in these like really, really, really large data centers. And I think being able to explain like what type of AI or what the purposes are would help. And it's something that people do want to be doing research into. But I think, there is just a lot of frustration that, our environments are like potentially being destroyed just to create those silly cat videos. That's definitely a very common sentiment.
Yeah, I think there's maybe pressure from the industry to say that like this must be done quickly, but in fact, or otherwise there'll be costs. But in fact, there are costs to doing it quickly. And I think that, when it comes to both concern for people who interact with AI, who don't necessarily think that like not only do they have to deal with AI slop on their phone, and that their kids have to interact with and things like that, but also they have to look at the infrastructure that delivers it. Like those things are very much linked for people, I think, as well.
Yeah, no, you can't separate, like I know the inquiries about data centres, but you can't separate, AI and the generative AI and the harms.
And, that's right. I mean, there's a difference between those sort of data centres for as the technicalities, maybe Ms. Munro knows more than me, but there's there's kind of the cloud use, and then there's the stuff that's more for the kind of generative AI and these kind of hyperscale data centers. And I think that sort of physical manifestation of a thing that a lot of people are just they have a bit of antipathy towards. It does
the
come.
cloud was so ephemeral.
Yeah.
But data centers are
hang on, it's not out of space. It's
yeah, that's right. It's here and it's right near my school. And I'm also really annoyed every time I get an AI prompt come up. I think there does seem to be that connection of people just going, why are we doing this for this?
And I would also yes, I think that's something that we've observed. I also say that this is linked to a broader concern by lots of communities in Western Sydney that they are not getting the infrastructure they're asking for. So public transport, parks, trees, swimmable rivers, good schools, all those sorts of things, like libraries, community centres, pools, things that people really want, are a low priority. Or they perceive it as a low priority. They perceive their community's concerns as being a low priority. And so when things are rushed through, that they say, we don't know the environmental impact, we don't know the energy impact, we don't know what it's going to do to the air quality next to the school, this broadly undermines trust in government. It's not just about technology and AI, it's actually about how people perceive not just this issue, but many others where they might interact with the government and question who is serving who. Yeah.
Very well said. I think also that even if it didn't have all of the other issues, just having construction on your street is quite a, can be quite a, sorry, it's post lunch and I can't find my words. It can be an inconvenience if you are suffering through a period of inconvenience for something like a community swimming pool or a library or a major bit of transport infrastructure, then you're more likely to sort of be accepting of that than it's I haven't had any of those things and now it's a data center. Okay, I'm going to just stop talking now. Any final questions from anyone? It's been a long week. Thank you so much. This has been very useful. I'm sure there will be supplementary questions and the committee secretariat will be in touch about those, but that does conclude our time with you and it concludes our hearing for today. Thank you.
Thanks very much.